Good morning. Hello. Welcome, everyone. I am Maria, one of the organizers of GDG Cyprus and the DevFest DevFest Hellas that we are here today. I'm talking to you from the offices of Marshmallow, which is the company I work for. I am in London at this time, which is very early for me. It's 8 a.m. We know most of you are going to be from Greece and Cyprus, which is 10 a.m. So thank you for joining us so early on a Saturday. We know it's quite hard. And we know that as well, for anyone who doesn't know, this event is also going to be is live streamed right now. It's also going to be recorded and shared later on because we know a few people are not joining today and they want to watch it later. So if you need to leave, you can come back and watch any of the talks that we have in the day. So what is DevFest? DevFest is an annual event that many communities, Google developer group communities across the world organize with the support from Google. We organize it in collaboration, GDG Cyprus, GDG Athens, GDG Cloud Thessalonica, and the Karakoupio University. We've been organizing this together for the past 3 years. This is the third year, and became very good friends, so that's why we're doing it together. You will get to meet some of our organizers from Athens and Thessalonica later on in the talks when they present the next presenters. And today the agenda is quite perfect. We have some great topics for you all. Can't wait to get started. But first things first, I want to see who is online, who is around and watching us right now. And that's why we have a Slack community. And please come and join us, say hi, talk to us. So I'm not alone here in the office. So the link to the Slack community is gonna show up, I think. Maybe. Yeah, exactly here. So it's bit.ly DevFest Hellas 2022-Slack. DevFest Hellas 2022-Slack. And we're going to leave it there for a while. We will show this link again and again throughout the day. So if anybody is joining later on, they know where to join. In that Slack community, please say hi in the general channel. And then there is a channel for each topic, for each talk and workshop. And that's where you should go and ask your questions. So if you're going to be watching now our first presenters, do go find their channel, George and Federico, and you can ask all your questions there for them. In general, hashtags general, the main channel, you can ask anything else, you can present yourselves. If you're hiring, share that as well. We know it's a difficult time for many people around the world. A lot of companies are doing layoffs. So if you're hiring, do share it there. We are hiring as well at Marshmallow, so come say hi. And with no further ado, I think it's time to get started. I would like to first introduce you to Elias, who should show up right now. Yeah, it's working.
Yeah. Thank you, Maria.
Good morning.
Good morning. So, hello everyone. I'm Elias. I'm the GDG Cloud Thessaloniki leader. I'm based in Thessaloniki. Currently, I am in Thessaloniki. So, for me, it's 10 o'clock. It's sunny over here. It's a great day for our DevFest. And as Maria said, this is our third year of collaborating together, all the GDGs and the WTMs here from Cyprus and Greece. Thank you, everybody. And I guess that I can introduce our first speakers.
Yes, please.
So, perfect. We had so many people submitted the call for papers. We had trouble finding the best. And After that, we had to decide who will be for the keynote. I'm so glad to introduce you my friend, George. He was my mentor, and he was the reason I started working back in the past with Android, although I hate Java. Γεια σου, Γιώργο. And his colleague, Federico. Hola, Federico. Both of them are working for Amazon, and today they are going to talk about how to avoid the multi-million user error. I have an answer: avoid the Android and come to the cloud. That's it only. So, Federico and George, the stage is yours.
Thanks. That was one hell of a presentation, by the way.
Thank you.
You can start.
All right. I think that we should also get our screen shared. Yep, now it's all better. All right. So hello, everyone. Good morning or good afternoon, whenever you are right now or whenever you're seeing that. So as Elias also talked, we're gonna speak about how to avoid the multi-million user error, and pretty much in similar terms is what you can or cannot do in order to avoid pretty much disrupting your apps, your services, your website, any type of software that you might own, especially when you're dealing with a massive size of a user base. 1 second. So, all right, to introduce ourselves again, as you know, I am George, and I'm working for Amazon. I started in Amazon on the Fire TV team, and now I'm working for the Android team in Ring.
And I'm Federico. I work for Fire TV, and well, that's where I met George.
Cool. So pretty much today's talk again is gonna try to answer some questions like, I want to add this new feature in my application, and how should I go about adding it? Would I mind if it's going to disrupt some of my users? Is it going to be a good experience, a bad experience? Or, I want to add this new X dependency in my app. Should I worry if it's going to break another dependency? Or, should I always go and update my libraries to the latest and greatest of the versions? Or should I just stay with, what I know, what I have, what I know doesn't break, what I know it works? So our own opinions, and I just want to point out that those are not Amazon's opinions, those are our own, are to just go for it. You should always try to, strive for the greatest things. This is what we believe, drives us developers forward. But again, you should always do that and be mindful of a couple of things. You should be mindful of the whole workflow of software, pretty much, from how you write and structure your code, how to do your code reviews, your testing, your release process. All of those steps should be considered separately, how to be done correctly in order to have an actual successful experience from user to user. Cool. So to begin with.
All right. So the first one, separation of concerns and interfaces. This is actually a fundamental principle in software development you've probably already heard of. And essentially, whenever you're making a change, such as adding, removing code, you don't want to be changing your entire code base. You don't want to be modifying existing code, since that introduces a huge risk of regressions. And even if you didn't write that code, that's a lot more risk of regressions as well. So our suggestion here is that you spend time identifying those behaviors that you want to offer, and make sure to add very well-defined boundaries between them. And interfaces are one mechanism for that, like defining your objects separately, adding an interface between them. Make sure to document that interface, and someone should thank you later. The problem with this is that we adopt this mechanism, and it's very easy to fall into this trap of just adding interfaces everywhere. There's a very thin line between adding boundaries in the places where they should be and just making a huge, super complex architecture that it's super complicated to navigate. So again, the suggestion here is that whenever you are certain that there's only going to be one implementation of that interface, maybe it's better to ditch it. So maybe an example should be more clear. So let's say that you are working with a 3P dependency. You don't want to couple that with your code. So that's like the perfect example to add a boundary, to add an interface in the middle, and don't depend directly on that 3P library. Whilst if you have your own architecture where you're communicating between your view model or presenter and a repository, adding an interface will just make things more complicated. It's going to make the code hard to read, harder to navigate. So maybe it's better to just access it directly. The other one is on monitoring build speeds, which this is actually, there's actually a tool, if you haven't used it yet, which is called Build Analyzer. Comes embedded with Android Studio. And it's a great tool to see which are the tasks that are running when you're compiling your app. And I'm sure that there are similar equivalents for Java or whatever language that you're using. But this is something that I saw, for example, a couple of weeks ago. I noticed that our debug app was taking like 2.5 minutes to run and to compile. And that was because there was a task that was taking 1.5 minutes, which was a linter, which didn't make sense. So if you have a small app and start growing and adding more tasks to the build time, make sure to keep track of those and make sure to keep them monitored and see if there are like places where you can improve them. Because times will start growing and that's going to really affect your productivity. Next one is on code architecture. And as I was telling George the other day, there's as many architectures as software developers there are in the world because everyone has their own opinion on which one is best. Our suggestion is to just stick to whatever you know best, to whatever best adapts to your project, and make sure to use it consistently. The only 3 things that you should be mindful is on separating these 3 things here. So view logic on one side in case you're building an app. So views, fragments, activities in case you're doing Android, view controllers for iOS, anything that involves views to be on one layer without any business logic. Business logic on a different layer because those are the real world problems that your app is trying to solve, and that things might be changing. So you want that to be able to, you want to write tests for that, unit tests that can run fast, that you can write them easily. So that's why it makes sense to keep them separated from the view logic. And the other part, which is something that not many people do, is separating the data fetching, especially if you're accessing a network API, a database, even like shared preference, like a cache in Android. You want to have that separated from your business logic and your view logic because, again, that's something that might change. Your network API may change. And you don't want to be coupling all of that data fetching code with your business logic and view. But again, there's no like restrictions, and we won't tell you use this particular architecture because everyone's project is different and everyone feels more comfortable with one or the other. And the final one, again, is mostly Android focused, but try to keep Android code on the outer layers of your app. Basically, again, business logic should not contain Android code because you want those internal apps, internal classes to run fast. You want to have unit tests for those. And even though there are great tools like Roboelectric that allow you to run unit tests without like mocking, having a device or whatever, you want them to run fast. And also, it reduces the exposure to memory leaks. So why not?
All right. So next thing, as funny as it might sound at first, is really important, and it is folder structure. So pretty much when dealing with folder structure, I had a pretty good amount of it when I joined the Ring project, which is just a single application being worked by more than 10 teams. And each team has around 5 to 8 developers each. So, I mean, again, when you're multiplying all of these people just working on a single project, tweaking files, having somewhere close to 50 to 100 commits per day, dealing with folder structure and dealing with, who will modify which files and when and in what order makes huge, plays a huge role. So pretty much the two main folder structures that we have identified are the package by file type and package by feature. Names are pretty self-explanatory, so it makes kind of sense. When you're packaging by file type, you're gonna group every single type of file together. So for Android, for example, here we're having our activities, fragments, exceptions, business, for business logic, all of our models. Of course, there's a utilities folder. The utilities folders are everywhere. We can't get rid of them. And then on the other hand, we have the package by feature, which we're going to just package everything that we need for a single feature. So like all of the files that are needed for, for us to having our authentication page or our main dashboard or our, item product page or the checkout page, all of those files that are needed for a single feature are coming in just one place. So both of those types, have their pros, have their cons. What we have identified is that we prefer, we tend to, work better when we're packaging everything by feature. And this is because while, when we're having a package by file type, we might, it might be easier to find some of the files. So, when sorry, when that, you're trying to find a single activity, or, when you're having an exception, you want to see which, all of your exceptions in a single place, or all of your models in a single place, and find your model really straightforward. When we tried working in a file type like that, in a folder structure like that, it creates the issues where, when, there are many merge conflicts, when a lot of people are just adding into the same place. And, there have been cases where, teams are working on a feature. So, you do want to have all of the files around that feature into a single area. So packaging by file type has not worked for us, has not worked for scale. So we have moved quite a while ago into the package by feature type, which we pretty much like each team owns a feature and pretty much packs everything around that feature. So every single file that's needed for that feature to work is in one place. And this has helped us again to pretty much take out those folders and convert them into modules, which really helps with Android build times and caching. And this is pretty much how we're moving forward. And one thing to say when to close with that slide is, when you're, if you take software out and you think that, you're a person who's, building their own business, you're not gonna get a building and you're gonna put all of the chairs in one room and then all of the tables in the other room and then all of the computers in the third room. You're gonna take the building and you're gonna create an HR room, a software room, a manager's room, or whatever. So pretty much this is how we feel that works better for us, and this is how we're just moving forward. And we've seen huge differences again, both in build times, because caching, it's much easier when you're packaging something by feature, and much less merge conflicts. So yep.
Cool. So next one is on third-party libraries, and this is one that we learned kind of the hard way. So our suggestion here is that you think twice, if not thrice, before adding a new library into your app. There's always like new, really cool libs that everyone is talking about that should make your life easier. But again, stop for a while and think about the fact that not everyone, first of all, is willing to learn how to use that new library, especially if someone's joining your team in the future, and the time it will take them to understand how your app works. And on top of that, learn about all of the dependencies that you're using. By depending on a 3P lib, you are also automatically coupling your code to a dependency that might no longer be maintained in the future. And you have to replace. It's, again, something extra that you need to maintain. It adds weight to the app. Even though there are tools like ProGuard or R8 that shrink those resources, it still adds weight to the app. And again, think about just the dependency conflicts. It's an extra thing that you need to maintain. So our suggestion is that whenever you need to add a dependency, try to stick to the ones that are more like reliable, that are well documented, or provided by teams that that are going to be maintaining them for a while. And actually, Kotlin X has a really good set of libraries if you haven't tried them. So coroutines, a great alternative to Arc Java. Serialization, again, comes with Kotlin X. So we could assume that it's going to be maintained while Kotlin also lives. So it should set you up for a while. And you won't have to depend on things like JSON, Jackson, Moshi, or whatever you use for serialization. And the collections API on Kotlin, which is amazing. It has a whole set of methods to work with, maps, iterables, collections, and you don't have to depend on libraries like Guava or others. So there's the other side, of course, and there are situations where you just need to use 3P libraries because it just doesn't make sense to implement those things on your own. But when you do so, try to stay with the ones that have become almost like industry standards. Everyone is using them, and it really makes sense to bring them from an external party. Like, for example, image fetching in Android, like getting images from a URL by hand. It's super complicated in Android. It introduces a lot of risk for errors. And there are libraries like Picasso, Glide, Fresco, which allow you to do that with like one-liner. And everyone knows them. They're pretty well documented. And that will be one of the situations where you want to use a 3P library, or a retrofit, for example, for networking, which has almost become a standard in the industry right now. Like at this point, it should come with Android embedded, everyone knows how to use it. But again, in those situations where you need to use a 3P dependency, we suggest that you add a layer of abstraction, an interface between that, so you don't couple your code with that 3P dependency. And if that dependency is no longer maintained, it becomes stale, or whatever reason, you find a better alternative, you can just remove it, and the rest of your app won't even realize.
All right. So dependency injection. Dependency injection is just, a thing of its own. Like, we can talk about dependency injection for a whole talk just about that. But like the main idea is, of course, you should take advantage of it, and to dive a little bit deeper. Just I want to demystify what dependency injection is for a couple of software engineers. So pretty much when we're talking about dependency injection, we're not talking about those huge, sometimes complicated libraries that come with it, but we're talking about just parameter passing. Parameter parsing into classes, into constructors, into functions. This is what dependency injection is. There are many ways to achieve that, but when we're saying use dependency injection, we mean pretty much try to pass as parameters quite a lot of the things that you might need in order to pretty much achieve, better unit test and better and easier unit test coverage in your application, and decouple stuff as much as possible. So as I said before, one hot take is actually you don't need to, go and dive down straight using, all of those big, fancy and heavy libraries. Those libraries have a pretty shallow learning curve. So, they're not easy to learn for a lot of developers, and it takes time and money, of course, for all of those businesses. In many cases, you do need dependency injection, but it's fine to just, use the default way of just, using construction parameters or method parameters to pass around stuff. So always have that in mind. And a big tip that has worked for, for our teams at least, is that, when we're starting to grow from like 1 or 2 dependencies for just a single project, we're trying to create, we're trying to draw down on a piece of paper or on a board or whatever. Just try to draw out all of your components and draw out which component injects in which component, and which is dependent on which. This is a pretty simple way and a pretty easy way to find out any cyclic dependencies, and pretty much wrap yourself around what's being passed around in your application, what is being passed where. So again, this is something that has worked greatly for us, and we definitely want to tell you to try it out and see if it might work for you as well.
Cool. So next item is on peer code reviews and CI/CD. So the first one, again, another one that we learned the hard way is limiting the number of changes that you introduce in a single commit or single pull request. So ideally, you want your pull request to include one single piece of functionality that you can easily revert in case everything goes wrong. So if you introduce a bug in your implementation, you want to be able to quickly revert it. And by doing that, you unblock the rest of your team, you unblock the rest of the features that are being released. So let's say that you're in a release, you introduce a bug, you can take it out, everyone continues working. You spend the proper time that you need to fix that issue, and only then you merge it back. So if there's like critical functionality that depends on that change, or it's included in that same commit that you included your feature, you'll need to fix it like on the spot, and it can be pretty stressful. The other one is on limiting your nitpicking, but yeah, because nobody likes that person. And this is something that we've been testing out recently and has had great results. It might be a bit controversial, but in case you don't know, a nitpick is just a very like small mistake that doesn't address functional issues. It's like not a huge deal, not something that's going to create a bug in your app, but for styling, it's nice to have, like, I don't know, add a new line here, or a variable naming, things that don't really affect the functionality of the app. So we found out that by limiting that nitpicking, people tend to focus more on the really critical stuff. Like both the person who wrote that code and the one who's reviewing it, if you're not thinking about the styling issues and adding a line here or whatever, you focus on the really important stuff, like edge cases that you may be missing, or I don't know, memory leaks, that kind of stuff. Like think about a code review, which has like 10 changes and 15 nitpicks and one critical issue. It's possible that the person who wrote that code is going to focus on fixing those 15 nits first, and don't give the proper time to the really critical issue. So again, if you just still want to have like really clean code, and for the nitpicks, we found out that having tools to automate those really helps. Like there's linters, there's code smell detectors, like detect and k2lin for Kotlin, copy paste detectors even, that will allow to catch those nits before getting to a code review stage. And the other one is on CI/CD, and yeah, just do it. It takes some time to set up, but if you're setting you up to be something that's going to be growing and scaling, we strongly suggest that you do it beforehand and as early as possible in the development. And again, it's going to take some time to set it up, to get everything working, but it's going to be saving you a lot of time afterwards. So kind of obvious, but make sure to run unit tests on each commit. And if you can afford to have UI tests, again, when you complete each feature of each bug fixing. And there's great tools like GitHub Actions, Jenkins, CircleCI. They have free tiers, so you can set them up right now and start testing them, and then start paying as your team and your app grows. And there's also one from IntelliJ, which I can't remember their name right now, but should be good. So there's a lot of tools to do CI/CD easily.
All right. So next up, we have written our application, our website or whatever, and everything's perfect. But that's not the end of it. We should always focus properly on manual testing and how to release everything in the wild. So first of all, manual testing, we know, again, the really, really hard way, and you're going to know more in a bit, that plays a major role in every software development lifecycle. When developers fix something and they say that, it works on my machine, it's been, a joke around us nowadays. But yeah, like that doesn't mean that the bug is fixed. There are like thousands of use cases, coming from Android background, and both of us are, hundreds or if not thousands different types of phones, tablets, watches, whatever, TVs that might come into play. So, the reason, the fact that it's working on 1 or 2 people's machines, it doesn't mean that it's actually, the problem is, fixed overall. So what we propose is that manual testing should be happening, if not on each ticket that it's being closed, either it's like a small feature or a bug fix or anything. There should be an overall testing around at least that bug or feature when that's happening. And then, of course, when it comes to time to release, there should be proper scheduling, and then we should have a pretty strict code cutoff. And once that cutoff is set and the time comes, we should just branch off the code and do a full regression in order to make sure that one feature that was added did not break anything, or like a new library didn't change anything in a totally different and maybe even separated area of your application or your website. So these are extremely important. They play extremely important role in your whole life cycle when you're trying to develop and release something in the wild. And something really important, again, when you're releasing, is that you should always release, or always, when if possible, you should release using progressive rollout. So you shouldn't just release your thing to everybody. Try to create your own schedule that works for you, even if it's like 1%, 5%, 10%, 50%, or whatever. Just try to release progressively and then monitor what's happening with your user base. This is like really a key important. If you don't monitor, you don't need to release progressively. Just do it all at once. But you should progressively roll out and make sure that your cross-lytics are okay, or they're stable. Nothing's changed there. Your analytics show you that your users are completing the journeys that they used to do, or they're trying to figure out, they're trying to start completing the journeys that you just added into your application. This is really important. Pretty much it's your only feedback loop, because let's face it, almost nobody is not going to press that button and report something manually. It's just analytics and cross-lytics for you. So you should always make as much advantage of those tools as possible when you're trying to release. And now it's examples times. So pretty much we have gathered up some of our own screw-ups, and pretty much the screw-ups we're going to tell you today, they're live. So we are able to talk about them, but there are more. Just so you know, it's not the things that you're going to see right now. So yeah, pretty much we're going to give you a couple of examples of how we managed to screw up, and what, how we changed, what we learned through this whole experience. So the first one is me, the first two ones. So yay, me. And pretty much this example is actually my first big screw up in Amazon. And it was from the time when I was with Fire TV. So I was working for an application that has around 6.5 million active users monthly. So quite a big of user base. And I was working on a feature that revolved around authentication. There were some improvements in the whole authentication workflow. So I worked out a perfect authentication features. It was amazing. But one thing that I forgot to think about is what happens for everybody who just updates their application, because there was an authentication mechanism in place already, and I pretty much rewrote the whole thing. So what happens to the users that already were authenticated? We don't want them to just sign out automatically and try to authenticate again. It would confuse everybody. So pretty much what happened is that I forgot about this workflow, and it happens. And pretty much there wasn't the proper testing to figure that out. We just tested around specific features. We didn't have like a full regression in order to properly catch it. So, and on top of that, we just, it was a rush release. So we didn't release progressively. So pretty much like, everything that could go wrong went wrong. Thankfully, what we actually managed to do well is that we were good on checking our analytics, and pretty much we found out that there was like a huge number of user sign-ins, and it was like super weird. And this is when we found out that actually when users were updating the application, they were automatically signed out, so they had to sign in again using the new mechanism. So pretty much we picked it up pretty quick. I think like within a day, we managed to have a quick hot fix and then had a proper regression and released again in the wild. So this is how we code up, and pretty much what we learned is that, again, like, the full regression and progressive rollout, as I told you, play a major role in the whole thing. So super important. Please, 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 especially if you're using, when you're dealing with a lot of users, try to, use those tools as much as possible. Next up is a pretty funny one. Again, it is mine. And pretty much what happened is that Amazon, again, in Fire TV, while I was working in Fire TV, Amazon wanted to release a new device into like the whole public. And pretty much before releasing a device, it is imperative to pretty much all of the teams, all of the applications that are running on the Fire TV operating system, they need to confirm that everything's fine with this new device, there's no problems anywhere, and it's fine to go live. And pretty much again on the same application with around 6 million active users monthly, one of the pieces that require in order to find out if the new device works is the serial number, because the serial number plays a major role by contacting with like third-party libraries and companies that are working with this application, the device. So pretty much in this huge serial number that I received when I was trying to test this device and I was trying to change a little bit our features and to work with this device, I received this serial number in an image. And of course, like, it's not a good thing to get the serial numbers in images. So what I try to do is just I try to use like an image to text converter, and without me knowing, a capital O was transformed into 0, or it was the other way around. But it was, it was this kind of error, like in capital O to 0 or 0 to capital O. And of course, because it wasn't the serial number that the actual device had, nothing worked. And pretty much it actually, got escalated into multiple teams, and we ended up like being like a week or a week and a half after the deadline to, actually find out what was wrong and what happened. And pretty much that, delayed the new device coming up from Amazon, which of course cost quite a lot of money to a company like that. So, it wasn't ideal conditions. It wasn't good. Nobody was really happy about that. But again, it happened. And pretty much what we learned about this is, again, pretty much our findings were around how teams should work together, how, there should be like proper communication channels and some proper documents that must be written and, communicated correctly across some specific teams in order to avoid situations like that.
Okay, and the last one, if you've written Java, you know that there's a lot of boilerplate that you need to generate, like getters, setters, constructors. If you're dealing with data classes, you also need to implement the toString method, hash code, and that's for all of your models and data objects. So a while ago, this was back in the time where Kotlin wasn't yet released, I found about this amazing, cool library called Project Lombok, which allowed you to use annotations in your Java classes, and it auto-generated all of that boilerplate code. Like, it auto-generated the constructor, getter, setters, everything for you. And it had some really cool functionalities, and again, everything with annotations. So it almost felt like a V1 of Kotlin, which was amazing. And we decided to implement it in our team. And suddenly all of our models had these annotations, and the getters had these annotations, and it had these other functionalities as well. Now, after a couple of years, Kotlin gets released, and all of those features that Project Lombok offered were nonsense, because they already come with Kotlin, like natively. Okay, Kotlin has this data classes and those automatic getters and setters. So suddenly Project Lombok was no longer maintained by the developers. And it stopped being, again, maintained. And turns out that at one point we realized that it was no longer compatible with newer versions of Android Studio, which wasn't that bad. We just kept using the old versions of Android Studio because be mindful that all of our data objects had these annotations. But there was a point where we needed to update the Android Gradle plugin, and we needed to update to the latest version of Android Studio. And suddenly we ended up with a project that basically every single class was showing errors. And it's still compiled because it was just a plugin for the IDE. But you can imagine the pain that it was to work on that. And if we wanted to remove it completely, we would just need to change like the entire set of DTOs, the entire set of models, every single class. And again, it took a while for us to remove that dependency. And it wasn't so bad in the end because it kind of forced us to like start migrating to Kotlin. But it was a big screw up. And again, now that's why I'm saying that think twice or thrice before adding that really cool dependency and getting it into your code base.
All right. So that was all for us. We would be happy to answer any questions that might come up. We're happy to answer pretty much anything in here or in the Slack chat as well, which I don't see any question yet. So yeah.
Yep. So we have a lot of questions and we are running out of time. I'm going to ask as many as possible. Then I'm going to move the questions to your Slack channel. For our attendees, please join chat -1-George Federico, and they will be there, and you will have time to network with them. So first question, what stack are you using for analytics?
Oh, for analytics. So currently in Ring, we are mostly relying on Firebase, and then just some of our Amazon's like own internal type of tools and stuff. So it's not like really public. So it's just for internal use only,
Okay.
pretty much like
Okay.
stuff that are built inside our systems. A lot of like first-person libraries.
Mm-hmm. So when you say Firebase, you mean Crashlytics, something like that?
Yeah, so Firebase, pretty much we're trying to use as much of the things that Firebase provides to us. So yeah, Crashlytics are working with Firebase. We heavily rely on that one. We try to have some analytics, but they're not like all of the user workflows that we're fully tracking. But a couple of like really important stuff are also being tracked there. But like the full like customer workflow analytics type of stuff are coming straight into like Amazon's internal tools. And I think in Fire TV, it's also...
It's the same at a previous company. I also used Bugsnag for crash tracking, and it's amazing. It's not cheap, but it has a set of tools that I don't think that any other tool has. Is amazing.
Okay, great. So next question. Almost all the rest of the questions have to do with CI/CD, and let's start with an obvious question. When you say CI, of course, it's continuous integration, but about CD, which is more suitable for small teams, continuous deployment or continuous development? What do you think?
Why not both?
Because they are small teams and they cannot do both.
Small, yeah, like in terms of time. I don't know, like my personal opinion is that there's no, it's pretty much the same as architecture. There's no right answer. Pretty much like, the small team, especially small teams are working, totally different. Me and Federico might work totally different than like two other developers. So we might have our strengths and we might have our weaknesses. So pretty much when you're dealing with small teams, just find out what this team is working, better with, and try to do that. Try to maximize your efficiency and in costs. So if continuous development works better for you, then just go through it. Again, like I'm not saying totally remove continuous. I'm not saying completely remove the other part, but just focus more on there. but yeah, like just do whatever works better for you. I don't know.
Yeah, my suggestion here is that it's not like a one-way door. It's something that you can try out. As I said, they all have free tiers. Spend 1-2 hours setting it up. It's not that complicated. They have really good documentation. Try it out for 1 week, see how it works in your app, and if it's worth to continue investing in that.
Okay, thank you. So I have time for one more, I guess. Concerning CI/CD, how do you deal with mistakes, bugs? What if you push something and it's crashing? Do you halt the release or push the next one?
Want to go first?
Yeah. So pretty much we are not so. CI/CD in Ring plays major roles on every single commit. So every single commit, in order to be able to be merged, like there is literally no option to merge this commit if it doesn't build 2 times in a row. All of the unit tests are passed, and a tester approves it. Like it needs some approvals from developers, and then it should go to testing. It should be approved there. And if the full CI/CD passes, then only the comment is able to be merged back, and the feature, is it's thought of completed. So it's like to answer your question, it's pretty much like stops the current release instead of the next one, because we cannot move forward if the whole CI/CD pipeline passes. Otherwise, it's not possible to continue.
Yeah, and it's the same thing for us. There is, however, there are some libraries which are very critical. So if an issue is found after development, either it was found manually or the CI/CD failed, there's a job that automatically reverts to the last working build. So again, it just happens automatically, and it's pretty safe to just go back and continue working while you address the issues on that new version.
Okay, great. So we are running out of time. I want to thank both of you for being here today. I hope to see you in person next week. I will be in London and the Google office in St. Pancras. If you have time, come over there and we can have a coffee together.
We'll
And thank you very much. Please don't forget to join your Slack channel because people are there waiting for you.
Yes, we're already here. So if anybody has more questions, we'd be happy to, answer anything, or, just drop by, say hello or whatever. We'd be happy to answer anything.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
Enjoy your day.
Bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. Do you have our next speaker ready, Aristides?
Yeah. Hi, Elias.
Yes. Hello, my friend. How are you?
I'm very fine. Someone said about a sunny Thessaloniki, I think it was you, but
Yes, of
I can
course.
assure you that also in Evia, it's very sunny today. So it's a good day to spend your morning to attend DevFest Hellas and then go for coffee or shopping.
Yep, that's true. Okay, so hello everybody again. This is Elias from Thessaloniki. Aristides is in Evia. Evia is something between a hybrid island or continent Greece, something like that. Aristides Babakos is a great person. He's known here in Greece because he's a GDE for Angular, Google developer expert, writer of 2 books about Angular. The first one is Learning Angular, 3rd edition, and Angular Project, 2nd edition. Aristides is passionate about helping the developer community to learn, grow. He's now doing everything he can to create something in Greek for Angular. He's teaching, leading everything, anything about Angular. The last time I worked with Angular, it was Angular 4. I don't know now where you are at this. Yes, back then.
15. It's 15
Oh,
now.
15. Okay, great. So, Aristides, I guess it's time for me to stop talking and take the stage.
Thanks very much, Elias. Before I start, just wanted to congratulate Federico and George from the previous talk. It was a very interesting talk. And, when you see some people from Amazon talk about these things, I think it was to watch it over and over again. So let me share my screen. Okay. So the topic of today's workshop is how we can create a web application using Angular and using all the modern web techniques that are over there. All the material that you will need either to follow along or watch or take the workshop yourself at a later time. It's on my GitHub account, and it is the repository is called DevFest Hellas 2022, and my GitHub account is github.com/bampacoa. So in this repository we have a README, which I think you will find it very self-explanatory. On the bottom, I have put some social and contact details links about me. For example, you can check out my Google developer profile at g.dev/Aristides, my Amazon profile page, where you will find information about the books that I have written, as Elias said. Also, I usually blog at Medium, and I'm very active on Twitter and on LinkedIn. And during the last month, I have also revived my YouTube channel at youtube.com/@abampakos. I have put some, I have created some playlists in the YouTube channel from other Angular talks that I have done, like DevFest 2020, DevFest Hellas 2021, and also I have some playlists about authoring tips, how to author technical content. So today, what we're going to build, we will build an Angular application that interacts with an HTTP REST API, and this API is the Fake Store API. It is on this address. Fake Store API, it mimics, let's say, an e-commerce API. So you can have, it has products, it has shopping carts, users. If you go to fakestoreapi.com and click on the Read Docs link, you will see all the methods that their API supports. This is totally free, and all the data are hard-coded. It allows you to create, of course, a product or a new shopping cart, but these data are not persisted actually in their database. They are just fake data that they returned after you create them. So if you want to use an HTTP API at your own projects, I think this is a very good choice. And in this project, we will use this API. So the application first will display a list of products from this API, and the user will be able to click on each product from the list and navigate to a different page that will display it will display details about the selected product. For styling this Angular application, we will use the Angular Material Library, which has been designed from the Angular team directly, and also we will see how to deploy it to the GitHub pages. Before I proceed with the actual workshop, I just wanted to announce that right now I'm finishing up my third book, which is called Learning Angular 4th edition. It is a remake of the first one, the Learning Angular 3rd edition. It's going to be published in the new year, I think in the first month or early in February. And right now it is on an early access. That means that if you want, you can register and have a sneak peek on the chapters as we write them. And you can also see behind the scenes how it is to author a book. So if you're interested, you can go check it out. Also, you can pre-order it, of course, from either from the PactPub website or the Amazon store. Right. So let me show you how our application that we will build looks like. This is the application that we will build. It is very simple, right? You can see it has a list of products, and when I click on a product, it navigates to a product details page where it displays more information about the product, like the name of the product, its price, a photo, and a description. So although this is a very, very simple application, by building this application, we will learn the following things. First, we will learn how to use the Angular HTTP client, which is a built-in HTTP client baked into the Angular framework that allows us to communicate with REST and remote APIs. Also, we will learn about the Angular router, which is a library that enables us to do in-app navigation inside our application. And finally, we will see also how to use the Angular material. Angular material is a library that is it is based on the material design principles, and it has been built, as I said, from the Angular team. So this application is built, of course, on Angular. And if you want to find more information about what is Angular and documentation about all the things, the official documentation website is angular.io, where you can find information for all the aspects of the framework. So everything you will need, especially if you're a beginner, it is right there. So I would suggest you first to go into the Angular documentation. If you have any question or problem, first go to the Angular documentation and search for it to find what you're looking for, and then resort to other resources like Stack Overflow. Speaking of resources, as you can see, I'm wearing a hat. This hat is from the Angular Nation. Angular Nation is a community that I'm really proud to be part of. It is a private online community. You need to register to get access, but it is totally free. And there, it's a very, it's a community that very friendly. We organize events. We organize free events for the people that are there. And also, there is a special event type, which is called experts event, and where we invite people from the Angular team or other Google developer experts like me to talk about. Big shout out to Bonnie Brennan, who is running this awesome community. So let's get started with the actual workshop. Let me have some water. So the workshop will be separated into 4 parts. In the first part, we will create the product. Actually, we will set up our project and we will create the product list as you saw it. Then we will, in the second part, we will create the product details page. And on the part 3, we will add styles to our application using the Angular material. And finally, the last part, we will deploy our application to GitHub pages. So first, in order to develop an Angular application, we need some tool. We need a basic tool to install. So I have my terminal here. The tool that we are going to install is the Angular CLI. Angular CLI is a command line interface tool that allows us to do everything with an Angular application. We can scaffold a new Angular application, we can build it, we can test it, we can deploy it. It has commands for all these tasks that we as developers don't want to configure each time. So it allows us to concentrate on the actual coding, which we love, right? We are developers, and not so much to configuring things like unit testing, creating files and stuff like that. To install Angular CLI, we can install it from the npm registry. So we use the npm command install, and because we want it globally in our system, we pass the option -g, and the name of the package of the Angular CLI is @angular/CLI. So I have already installed it in my system. I don't want to run it right now because it take some time depending on my internet connection. And in Evia, because we are an island, right? We're not in Athens. Internet connection is a bit, slow. So if you run this command, it will install the Angular CLI globally in your system. After you have installed it, to see, we can the actual executable file is called ng of the Angular CLI. So if we write ngv, we will see some version details about the current Angular CLI that we have, or what node version we have, what package manager, and what operating system. In order to install the Angular CLI, of course, you need to have some prerequisites, which are described in my repository here. So you need to have Node.js. Angular supports any LTS version of Node.js. And after you install it, if you run node-v, you can verify if it is correctly installed. You also need the npm package manager so that the Angular CLI can install the Angular framework and its third-party library and its first-party libraries. Always it comes bundled with Node.js. So if you download and install Node.js, you also have npm. You will also need a Git client so that you can upload your code in a GitHub repository or another Git repository. And for the actual coding, we suggest to use Visual Studio Code. Visual Studio Code has a fantastic tooling as far as Angular is concerned. Many extensions for Angular that are very handy. So after we have installed the Angular CLI and we have also run the ngv command, you can also use the ng-help command to see what commands are supported by the Angular CLI. Now, first, let's start to create our Angular CLI project. So to create a new Angular project using Angular CLI, we invoke the ng executable, and we pass the new command, passing the name of our application. So let's say that this application is called DevFest 2022. Right. The first question that Angular CLI does for me is if I would like to add Angular routing. As I said at the beginning, Angular routing comes from the Angular router, which enables in-app navigation. We want to use it in our application, so I will click yes and enter. Then it asks us what style sheet format we would like to use for our project. It supports CSS, SAS again, and less. For this workshop, we will choose the SAS format. And now the Angular CLI starts scaffolding our application. It creates all the necessary files for us in order to be ready to run our application, compile it and run it. And we only need to write our actual application code after the Angular CLI ends. So you can understand that it is very handy. If we are a developer, if you were actually a lot of years ago, before the command line interface tools, developers need to configure a lot of things. For example, to configure the unit testing, to configure maybe the build pipelines. But now Angular CLI does this for us automatically. So we can focus only on the application code that we want to write. Let's hope that it will not take a lot of time to install the application. Also, as soon as it creates as soon as it scaffolds the application, it also installs the necessary library, because Angular framework consists of a collection of different libraries. For example, there is a core library, which is the core framework. The HTTP client is another library separate. The Angular router is also a separate library. So the Angular framework has some built-in features, but most of it, actually all of it, is separated into different NPM packages. As we wait for it to finish, okay, it just finished. Cool. So now we will have the ng new command created a folder in the current folder that we are with the name of the application that we pass. So if we change into this directory and open Visual Studio Code, here is the Angular application that the CLI has created for us. I think that's okay here. So what do we have in this application? We have a folder .vs Code, which is which contains some VS Code related things, for example, extensions that we can install or tasks that we can run. We have the node modules folder, which there it contains all the libraries that are installed. We have the source folder, and inside the source folder, we have the app folder, which is the actual application code that we are going to write. And then we have some configuration files like these tsconfig files, which are used for the TypeScript compiler, the angular.json, which is the configuration file of our Angular project, a gitignore and the editor config files. But right now, let's concentrate on the source folder, where we have the styles.sass file, which is the global styles of our application, the index.html, which is the main HTML file of the application, the assets folder, which contains hard-coded, static files like fonts, icons, and the app folder, which is the actual application, which is the actual code of our application. So we want to build an application that interacts with the fake store API, right? And we will need the notion, the concept of products. So first we need to create this structure in our application, the structure of a product. So in order to do that, we will need to create an interface. I will open the integrated terminal that is inside the VS Code, which is pretty handy. So we're going to create a new interface. We generally create interfaces in Angular when we want to express structures from data for data access, like for accessing and remote API endpoints. So to generate this, we use the Angular CLI executable and we pass the command generate. So we say ng generate interface because we want to create an interface, and we pass the name of the interface, which is product. Okay, this has created a file product.ts inside the source app folder. As I told you, everything is created inside the source app folder. If I open it here, I will now start to create the structure of a product. For example, product has a number, an ID, a title, a description. We have a price, of course, and an image, which is an image URL. All these properties are described in the fake store API documentation, if you go there. After we create the interface, we need to create the part of the page that will display the product list. This is called a component. So to generate a component in an Angular application, we again use the generate command. So we will say to generate component, and we will name it product list, because later we will have the product detail. And we also pass the standalone property here, the option. So what is a component? I told you that it controls part of a web page. It may be the whole web page of our application, or it may be a single part. it contains all the presentation. Actually, it is concerned with presentational logic about application, right? So it can be a specific user workflow, like a login screen, or like here a product list, which is tied to a specific domain, which is product. So when we run the Angular CLI generate command, it created for us 4 files. The first one, the HTML, it contains the actual content of the component, the HTML content, and it's called a template. Then we have a spec.ts file, which is the unit test file of our component. We have the TypeScript file of our component .ts, which contains the actual presentational logic. And then we have the Sass file, which contains styles specific scoped to this component. If I open the TypeScript file, you can see that it is a TypeScript file that contains a method called addComponent. This is a decorator. It actually tells Angular that, this is not just a TypeScript class, an ordinary class, it's a component. So in component, we have some properties in the object that we pass, and the most important one is the selector. The selector identifies the component in HTML. So if we want to use this component in our web page, we need to use that selector. How do we do this? We open first we go to the app.module.ts file. The app.module.ts file is the main module of our application. Think of it like the orchestrator of an Angular application. So to start using the new component that we created, we need to go to the imports property and declare it. So we go product list component. Right. After that, we need to display this component in the main in the main page of our application. The main page is the app.component.html. So I go and remove all the contents that Angular CLI has put for me, and I just add the selector of the component that I have created. So if I run this, the HTML template of the product list components should be displayed on the screen. Right. I have created my component. Now I need to interact with the HTTP API. To do this, I need to go to the orchestrator module of my application and import a specific module for HTTP access, which is called HTTP client module. Now this one can be also imported on the top from this path. Whenever we need to import something inside here, we need also to declare it on the top with an import statement. So I have already imported the main module for HTTP access. Now what? Now we need to do the actual call to the fake store API. And how do we do this? We need to create an Angular service. Why can't we do this in the component? No, components are only concerned for presentational logic. To do business logic and make complex tasks, we need to create services. So I will use the Angular CLI, the generate command, and this time I will create a service named products. So it has created this file for me, the products.service.ts. Here I will go and put all the some methods that I want to interact with with the API. First, I need to inject I need to import something. We said that we import the HTTP client module, but that is not enough. We also need a service from that module, and this service is called HTTP client, which is the actual HTTP client that is embedded in the framework and does the actual calls. Can be imported from the same path. So after I import it on the top of my file, I just need somewhere to inject it. So I go to the constructor and create a variable HTTP, which is of the type HTTP client. Now I can start using the HTTP client inside my service. I will create a method getProducts. And I will use the HTTP client to make the actual get. Now the get needs a URL. So I will create a private property here for the URL, which is the API URL of the fake store API /products. This is the endpoint that we need. So inside the get, I will pass this products URL. To be more safe with types, it would be better to also add types to my getProducts method. So this getProducts method returns an observable of product array. This observable is a specific artifact which we can import from the RxJS namespace. Right, so I also need to declare it here in the get method to have the same types. Awesome. RxJS, the library JS, is used for interacting with, is used if you want to embrace reactive programming in your application, and observable is a kind of it. All HTTP client methods return observables, and inside the observable, we put the generic of the product. So now that we have created our getProducts method, we can call it from our component. So we go to our product list component, and we create a similar observable method here. So we say products $. Is a notation for observable based properties. Product. We also say that it is undefined because I don't want to give it an initial value. Next, I will use a lifecycle event of my component, which is called ngOnInit. We can import this from the Angular core, and the onInit interface implements the ngOnInit method. And a component has many lifecycle events, and one of these is the onInit. We use the ngOnInit event when we want to make initialization tasks in our component. So here, I will call my getProducts, but before this, I need to add the constructor and inject the service that I have created. So after I inject it, I can go here and assign it to my products $ method. Say getProducts. We are done with the presentation and logic. Now we will go to the HTML template of our component and create the list. So here we will create an unordered list with a list item, and we will say here we will use the ng4 directive. This is an Angular directive that allows us to loop over an array in our template. So we will loop over the products $ or property, but products $ property is not an array. We will use the async pipe of Angular to convert it to an array so that we can loop. So this ng4 will create a product item for us each time. So using the Angular interpolation syntax, we can display the name, the title of the product. Oops. To run now my application and see what I have accomplished, I run the Angular CLI using the ngserve command. serve command will start an Angular live development server. Yeah, it's already in use. Let me stop it from here. Let's try again. It will start the Angular live development server, which is an embedded web server, and it will host the Angular application inside that server. Okay, now if we go to HTTP localhost 4200, which I have it here somewhere. Yes, here it is. You will see that I have created, you will see the list of products that we got from the Fake Store API. So the first part of the workshop has finished. We have the product list. Now, in the second part, we will create the product details page. So how are we going to do this? First, let me stop the web server. First, we will, to display the product details page, we will be based on in-app navigation inside our application. So we will use the Angular router. To use the Angular router, we will need first to do some modifications in our application. The first modification that we will do is to actually make our product list component be accessible from the URL. So we will go to the app routing module file, and we will define a route for our component. A route, you can think of it as, it is a definition that says, when someone goes to this URL, activate some component. So we will go to the routes property, sorry, and we will create a definition, a route definition with two properties. The first property is the path, which I leave it empty because I want to activate the product list component when I go to the root URL of my application. For example, when I navigate to localhost 4200, I want to display the product list component. I'm sorry. So I set the path as empty string, and then I say that whenever you encounter the empty path, activate the product list component. Now with this change, I don't need anymore this one to the selector in the app component. I will remove it, and in that place, I will put another component which is called router outlet. Router outlet is a component of the Angular router, and it actually tells to our application where to display the components that are activated from the router. So in this case, when someone goes to the empty path, it will render the template of the product list component beneath the router outlet component. So to validate that this change is okay, we will run the server again and see that nothing has been changed. You can see that we don't see any change, right? Because we navigate directly to the root folder, to the root path. So the next one is to generate the page for our product details. And as we said earlier, a part of a page is always a component in Angular. So we need to create another component. And this time, we will call it product detail. And we don't forget the standalone option. So the component has been created with all the files that we have seen. Now, we want this component to be activated when someone goes to a page, to the page localhost 4200/products/ the ID of the product. So we go to the app routing module and we add a new definition with the path /products/ colon ID, where colon ID is a root parameter, and it will be replaced by the ID of the product that we select from the list. And then we say that the component for this route will be the product detail component. Okay. Now, we have created the component. We need to modify our service, our product service, to add a new method for actually fetching data about the specific product. So we create another method, getProduct, which is also observable, but of type product, not array of products, as it was the first one. And this, in the getProduct, we will pass the ID of the product as a parameter, and we will do a get request that also returns a product in the product URL, and we will also append the ID of the product. Now we can go to the product detail component that it has been created and start using this method. Similarly, with the previous component, we will create a product $, which is observable of type product. Let me import all of these. I will also implement the onInit interface because I want my component to get the selected product details when it is initialized. So I will have my onInit method, and in the constructor now, except for the product service that we inject, we also inject another service which is called activated route. This is a service of the Angular router, and it gives you information about the current activated route. And how we can use this? We can use this activated route to get the ID, the value of the ID parameter of the product that the user has selected. How do we do this? Let's create a constant variable, and we go to the root service, to the snapshot property, to the param map property, and we call the get method, passing the name of the parameter that we defined in the uprooting module. So it is very important that this parameter here, the name of the parameter, is matched with this one. Otherwise, you will not be able to get the value. So after we get the ID, we can assign our product $, property and call the getProduct method from the product service. GetProduct. Now, the value that I will pass in the getProduct expects a number, right? But the ID that I get from the router is string or null. So I need to convert it into a number using the number method. The number method is native. It's a native method of JavaScript that allows you to convert a string into a number. Okay, we have finished with the presentational logic of the TypeScript class. Now let's go to the HTML and create the design of our page. So we will create a div here. Now we will not use the ng-for because we have only one product. We will use the ng-if directive. The ng-if directive is an Angular directive that conditionally adds an HTML element into the DOM or not. So here we will use the product $, property, and we will pass it over the async pipe because we want it to expand. We want to unravel the actual product from the observable. And in order to use it inside the div, we will also declare it as product. So this product here is the extracted product property from the product $observable. So now we can create an H2. I'm so sorry. We can create a header 2 for the title, product title. To display the price, we can create a span element, product dot price. But because I want the product price to be displayed as currency, I can use another pipe of Angular, which is called currency. This will show me the price in my local currency settings, according to my local currency settings. Then we can use, we can add the paragraph element for the description of the product. And finally, we have the image of the product. For the image, we will use an image element, but we will not use the interpolation syntax as we did with all the previous. The interpolation syntax is the double curly braces that converts whatever you put inside into a string. In this, we will use a property binding, and we will bind the source property of the image into the image property of the product. So I think we're done here, and let's run it with ng-serve. Oh, yes, I think we're okay, right? Actually, we're not ready yet. We need to go now to the product list and tell that whenever you click on a product, go to the product details page. So we will go to the product list component, and here in the imports property of the component, we will say that we will use the router module. And then we can go to the product list and convert the title into an anchor element because we want to be a link. Now, the anchor element will display the product title, of course, just like before. But now we want to put an href so that you can click. In the Angular way, we use a directive which is called router link. Okay, and in this router link, we define where we would like to go, where we would like to navigate when someone clicks on the button. So we will go to /products, and then the product ID. Let me save everything. Okay, let's see it on action. Oh, yes. Let's see what's going on here. Oh, right. I have missed this one. So if I click the Samsung, I will go to the product details page and see the details of this product. Okay, the second part has finished. Now we need to add some styles to our application, right? So we will install the Angular material library. How do we install it? We use, of course, again, the Angular CLI, but we pass the add method. And the name of the library that we want to add is Angular material. Okay, it will tell us what is the latest version. If we would like to proceed, yes, we want to proceed, of course. And we will now install the package and modify also the workspace, the Angular project. For example, it will put some CSS styles. It will import some theme files that it needs. So you can see that even when you want to add a new library, the Angular CLI takes care of everything for you. Okay, the first question that does is which theme we want to use. Angular Material has some pre-built themes that you can use with different colors, but you can also use a custom one. For this demo, we will accept the default one, which is indigo pink. Then it asks us if we want to set up typography styles. We will say yes, and you will see in a minute why. And then we want to include and enable animations so that when we click a button, you get this really cool animation on the screen. So now it updates our project, and hopefully it doesn't take time. If I now run our application, this ng-serve, I could have keep it running forever. I mean, keep it running and do all my coding, because whenever it watches your files and whenever it sees a change, it recompiles and reloads the application. So now if we go in this, you can see that the font has changed. This is because of the typography styles that we imported, right? And this is also has changed. But we need to style this product details page better and this list. And how we can do this? We will use two modules from the Angular material library. The first one, which is for the product list, it is called @list module. Let me import it also on the top. Okay, and then we can go to our HTML, convert this to a matnav list, and then move this ng4 inside the anchor element and get rid of this list item. And if we save it, and save this one also, let's see, I've done wrong. Okay, so you can see the list has changed and it has this nice style. Now we need also to modify the product details page. For the product details page, we will use another module from the Angular material library, which is called mat card module. And we will align our details page as a card. Card. All right. So we convert this to a mat card. We put this in a mat card header. Right. This is a mat card title. And then I will paste it directly, get some time for questions. and put also some CSS to give it some space for our card. So if we go to, let's check this one. You can see now that the product details page is more, it has been styled using Angular material. So the last part is to deploy this application to GitHub pages. We will use, I will show it to the initial repository that I have, not the one that we have created. Oh, come on. Let me see. Yes. Okay. To deploy to GitHub pages, first, let me switch it. Branch. Delete. First, we need to create a branch with the name gh-pages. So we do git checkout gh/pages. And then we can run ng-build /output path docs /a/href /DevFest Hellas studio. So this will build my application and it will create a docs folder. And then we will take this docs folder and we will put it on GitHub pages. And we are done. Okay. I will also create here in the docs. We need also a 404 page. Because, sometimes GitHub pages is a bit strange. And then we can push it on GitHub. Let's commit. Oh, what is that? And hopefully, if we go to GitHub, we will see the page. Let's go to the repository. And then we go settings, pages. Oh, I think it's already set up. And where is it? Let me see. No. Settings. Settings. Pages. Okay. If we go to the demo, I don't know why. It should be here. I will upload it later so that you can see it. But these instructions on how to deploy GitHub pages is also on the official Angular documentation. And yeah, that was it. I hope you get a glimpse of the Angular framework and what are you capable to do. And if you have any questions and you want me to follow up with something, I will be around today. Just enjoy the DevFest Hellas, a really great organization, and thanks very much to the organizers for inviting me.
Great, thank you, Aristides. It was very insightful, everything you showed us, and also the problems that you are facing, even as a GDE. It's really great because our previous talk, the two speakers, they were talking about their mistakes. So we saw that you are also doing mistakes. So for us that we're not working for big company or we're not a GDs, it's great to see these things happen also to you. It can boost us to work. So we have one question for you up to now. It's on your channel. So one of our members wrote, I'm not very familiar with front-end frameworks, and I want the easiest way to create pretty interactive UIs for my backend services that exposes REST APIs. Should I start learning Angular, React, or something else? And over here, I want to add Vue, because back those days, I liked a lot AngularJS, but then it moved to Angular and Vue came, and I liked a lot Vue. But what's your opinion?
Yeah, Angular, is a framework, so it has most of the functionality baked in. So if you go with Angular, you know that you will have a great support. It has also a great community that is very helpful. The Angular framework consists of different packages. So whenever you need something, you just say, I need Angular HTTP. You don't need to install it separately, because when you create a new Angular application, all these packages, the Angular router, Angular HTTP, Angular forms, are installed for you automatically, but they are not used unless you tell them explicitly. For React, I say React would be a better, if you want to, get your hands dirty more on configuring things and installing libraries. And I see that Angular is a better fit than React for the enterprise sector, where most developers just need to do the job. They don't want to configure this, configure that, install this one, or maintain. About the Vue, I'm not very familiar. I haven't used it.
Okay.
But I think I have seen that it is similar to the Angular concept.
Okay. One more question, because we are running out of time. I've seen that you are so active in the Angular community. Can you tell us more about the Angular roadmap? Obviously, there are tons of feature requests over there.
Yeah.
Can you tell us something? Anything?
Just 1 week ago, Angular 15 was released with a lot of improvements. Some of the most important ones are the standalone APIs, because previously you need to create Angular modules, like the modules that I show you. But now you can only go with components and nothing else. Everything will be standalone: components, directives, pipes. Then they released the new material design, the Angular material components, which are based on the MDC material design. And it will be much easier later to use the material 3 that is also used in Android development. And for the future, they will concentrate and focus on the developer experience, which is very important, because when you don't have the experience that you want and you're not very comfortable to write your code, then eventually user experience will not be so good.
Okay, thank you. There is another question on your Slack channel, so please don't leave. Go there. People are waiting for you. For the rest of our friends over here, I have 2 pieces of advice. First is follow Aristidis on his social media, because he's giving away a lot of times things about his books. So you will get something from following him. And also, if you visit Evia, his island, go to Neartaki to eat fish. And
That's
now
right.
we are going to have a 10 minutes break, and then we will come back at 12 o'clock with Katerina.
Bye. Thank you.
technology brings us closer together, even when we're far apart. Google Developer Groups host meetup events for local technologists to connect, learn, and grow with others in their area.
The project I'm mostly proud of would be teaching Introduction to Programming to 7 girls in my hometown.
In the GDG, I used to attend various workshops, like it was on Firebase, Android, Cloud. Everyone is learning from someone else.
We started to meet twice a week for a long time, learning Google Cloud. Amazing experience.
After joining Accenture as a software engineer, I started to share my journey in Medium, podcasts, and talks at online bootcamps.
My talk inspired one of community members a lot, so I mentored him to start his Flutter path. And 1 year later, at the same conference, he was giving a talk at the same stage.
One member of our community moved from being a DJ at our event to a developer in the first leading bank in the country.
When we do events that impact a lot of people, we are bringing opportunity to our region. So a lot of investors, a lot of startups, they will start to see opportunities here.
I'm from India.
We are from GDG Cloud London.
From Lviv, Ukraine.
GDG Kutaisi, Georgia.
I'm from Moscow, Russia.
I'm from Murcia in Spain.
GDG Paris.
GDG London.
Czech Republic, Ostrava.
From North Macedonia.
Prague, Czech Republic.
From GDG Bari.
From Spain.
Hello from Norway.
Galway.
GDG Galway.
GDG Pisa, Italy.
Innovative.
Supportive. Opportunity.
Helpful.
Progressive.
Memorable.
Chance.
Extraordinary.
Energy.
Inclusive.
Active.
Inspirational.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Awesome.
Wait, are we talking to Google right now?
It's family.
When we co-organized the Women Tech Makers event in March.
The International Women's Day, when we did the last event before the Corona lockdown.
DevFest Hellas 2020.
When we did DevFest Spain.
Was our participation in Dev Russia.
To organize biggest DevFest of France in February 2020.
Joining a developer student club events as a speaker.
Organization and the realization of the GDG Dev Party together.
The organizing of our very first DevFest in collaboration with 5 chapters across 2 countries, Greece and Cyprus.
When my GDG and all the other GDGs in Italy self-organized to create the Dev Party.
Is every time Java joins the recordings.
The connect moment from 2020 is Dev to the party, Dev to the party, Dev to the party, GDG.
Άμα θέλουμε. Hello everyone, welcome back. Where is our speaker? Thanasi, have you seen her? Γεια σου Κατερίνα, τι κάνεις, καλώς ήρθες.
Γεια σας, καλώς ήρθες.
Έχουμε θέμα με τον ήχο. Σ' ακούμε, είναι λίγο ρομπότ η φωνή σου. Και με χρονική καθυστέρηση. Ναι, όπως λένε, λίγο cyborg. Μήπως να κάνεις επανεκκίνηση.
Το νέο σε έμπεθανε.
Δεν ακούγεσαι καθόλου καλά.
Να βγω και να ξαναμπω.
Ναι. As my friend the Forrest Gump says, shit happens. So we're here. We can wait a little bit for Katerina to join us. Okay, thanks, Leo. So for all our members, please join our Slack channel. You will find all the channels over there with all our speakers. They are still here. You can ask them questions. They will answer back to you. And even if they don't answer back to you today, they will do it the following days because we will ping them. And here it is the link. Katerina?
Ναι, για να δοκιμάσουμε τώρα.
Τέλεια, τέλεια.
Είναι καλύτερα.
Super, super. Ωραία.
Okay.
Previously, we were talking in Greece and I got some messages from the control that people wrote, it's all Greek to me. So, okay, let's continue in English. Sorry about that. Katerina, before starting the event, happy name day for yesterday.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so welcome. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for submitting once again a talk for our event. Let me introduce you to our members. Katerina is a senior software engineer. I will not pronounce her company name because it reminds me something of a forgotten language from talking. It's NRWL, I think.
Yeah, it's called Narwhal, the company, but
yes.
Lately we just call it NX to avoid any confusion.
I prefer NX because it reminds me talking.
Yeah, NX.
Okay, she's a core team over there. She's an open source contributor. And like Arsidis Babagos, our previous speaker, she is also a GDE, Google Developer Expert for Angular, but also for web technologies and Google Maps platform. Also an active member in the community here in Greece as a WTM ambassador and co-founder of the Angular Athens. Currently, she's also mentoring women in tech, speaking about cool things like climbing mountains and surfing haircuts. That's the reason for the microphone issues previously. So one of her cats went there. And today, she is going to talk about making your app fly with Google Maps. So, Katerina, the stage is yours.
Okay, let me start sharing my screen again. And please let me know if it's choppy or anything similar, or if you can see my slides smoothly, or, you know. Let me see if you wrote something in the chat. Yeah, I will assume everything is good and I'll just try presenting. Okay, hi everyone. Today we're going to do a short workshop about the Google Maps platform. Initially, I will show you some things about what Google Maps platform can do that you may not have anticipated. And then we're going to spend some time setting up Google Maps, an application using Google Maps locally in your machines so that you can, so as a starting point, you know. So let's take it away. Yeah, I always think of whenever I present something about Google Maps, I always say that an alternate title could be this one weird trick that will make all other web map library users hate you, because I really think Google Maps can do everything else that all the other libraries can do, but a little bit better. So who am I? I'm a software engineer at NX. I'm a Angular Athens Meetup co-founder. I'm a GDG for Angular Web Technologies Google Maps platform, Women Tech Makers ambassador, and I also really like cats. So what we'll see today is why you would want to use maps in your application. Also, some other options that you could use instead of Google Maps, how you can integrate Google Maps into your web application, of course, and the hands-on part, which is the workshop. And after we finish these, I'm going to show you some how you can do cool data visualizations on Google Maps if we have time. If not, I will point you to the right links. So the first question that someone would ask is why they would even want to add a map to their application. Because you will think that's, okay, it's just to show my location on the map, and why would I even bother with a whole API? But if you think about it closely, maps are everywhere. Like, think of an app, any application, like the application you order your food from, or the taxi, the ride sharing applications you use, or Facebook. They all use some location services in the background or in the foreground, or a map. Maps are used, so every application nowadays, I think, uses a sort of location service or map. Also, maps are used to show data. If you open Google Maps, it just shows all the data about the locations that you have around. So it will be another way to just show some data on the map that you want. Location-based services, as I said, and even social mapping if you want, like connecting with people around you based on your location. So there are all sorts of things that you could use maps for. Are there any other options apart from Google Maps? Of course they are. Mapbox and Leaflet are two of the most popular alternatives to the Google Maps platform. I think now Mapbox has some sort of pricing. Leaflet is free, it's open source, it's simple to use, but it has less capabilities than the Google Maps platform. Then you have Open Layers, which is it's free, open source. It can handle complexity very well. It's very good for data visualization or for data manipulation on your map, or to draw things on your map. It's a bit complex. Last time I used it, it's been a few years now, but I remember it being a bit complex. However, it can handle lots of complexity and large data sets potentially. Then you have the Google Maps JavaScript API, which we're going to talk about today, which also has pricing, but it can also handle complexity, and also you get access to all of the Google APIs, which we're going to see eventually. Then, give me a moment, because I didn't start my timer. Okay. So, then you have D3, which is not really a map library, but you can visualize spatial data with it, if that's what you're shooting for. Then you have the ArcGIS JavaScript API, which is some enterprise software. It's too powerful, but it's for niche use cases, I would say. And then you have CartoDB, which again is not really a map library, but it's great for spatial data visualization. But today we're going to talk about the Google Maps platform, and this is what we're going to see in our workshop. So what is the Google Maps platform? I think it's self-explanatory. It's all the products and APIs associated with maps and geolocation that Google has to offer. So it offers access to maps, also to routes, that is, direction services from here to there, and also access to places. Places are all the pins that you see when you open a Google Maps. So you have access to these as well. You can learn more about it in that link I have posted there. The Google Maps JavaScript API, what APIs, actually the general, not just the JavaScript API, what APIs does it offer? You have the Maps SDK, which is just to build maps, the JavaScript API, which we'll see today, the Maps Static API, which will just generate a static version of a map for you to embed in your whatever you're using. The Street View Static API, where you can actually get access to Street View images and download them. Interestingly enough, I had a friend in university who mass accessed the Street View Static API. He downloaded loads of images to just see the portion of the sky that's visible in narrow streets in London. So you can do this sort of things with the Street View Static Image API. Also, you have map URLs. The Maps Embed API, which is a simple way to embed a live Google Map in your application. The Directions API, which of course can give you detailed directions. The Distance Matrix to calculate distance, like geometric distances on Earth, actually. The Roads API, the Places and the Places library for maps, where you can, and the Places API, which all these are just sort of give you access to all the places that are recorded on Google Maps, from like little shops or stores to cities to administrative areas to anything else that's on Google Maps. The geocoding and the geolocation API and the time zone API. And also lately, you have access to all sorts of other things that you can do with maps, like you can tilt and rotate, and add, if you're using vectors, you can add 3D models on it. So you can get very, very detailed when you're using Google Maps. What comes with the JavaScript API, which we'll see today? Of course, the markers. It's like the most basic thing that you get with the API. You can use the visualization library, which you can use to visualize data for. Either you can add markers, or you can add heat maps or clusters. You can actually do some basic spatial data visualization with it. The drawing library, where you can like draw on your map. The geometry library to compute distances and areas. The places library, which you can use to autocomplete addresses. You can customize and style and theme your map however you want. I always say that you can style however you want to match the colors of your brand, for example, and we're going to see that in the tutorial today. Also, you can localize your map. You can pass some parameters, and it will localize your map to your language and your region. So if you're in Greece, you can set the map to be in Greek, or if you're in Japan, in Japanese, etc. You can also get back elevation from various points on the map, which is pretty handy. For example, if you want to create an application for bikers or for hikers to provide elevation data, you can also use the geocoding, which will translate either points to addresses or addresses to points on the map, directions, the user interactions, and more things are being added to the Maps JavaScript API. How can you use the JavaScript API in your project? In our tutorial, we're going to use TypeScript because it's a lifesaver, and because most frameworks do use it, and because it's 2022. We have the great docs of the API that work with TypeScript just as well, and we actually have types for Google Maps. I forgot a dot there. It's type/google.maps. And what else do you need? Nothing. Normally, the API is loaded with a script along with any libraries that you need. Libraries meaning here we pass as URL parameter the libraries for geometry, drawing, visualization, for example. Normally, you would add this in index.html. And this script defines a global variable or object that is the map and all its functions under the Google object, so the google.map. And once the script is loaded, the global object is defined, and you can access it in your code. But like this, like you can do let map, it be a new Google Maps map, and add the details for your map there. But we are going to use the Google Maps JavaScript API loader, which is easier and more handy to use in like TypeScript-based frameworks and any TypeScript project. It helps you work with these. It's super easy to use, and your Google Maps JavaScript API will be loaded without an issue. the way you can use the Google Maps JavaScript API loader, and we're going to use it to do this in the tutorial as well, is you import the loader from our package. Then you create a new loader with your API key, the version that you want to get new data. The version is how frequently you want to get new data from the maps, and then you can pass the libraries in the array. You can add some options like the center and the zoom of the map, the zoom level of the map, and then you get a promise, the load promise, that when it loads, your map is ready to use. So this is how you can add Google Maps to your app, and this is what we're going to do in the tutorial. The important thing to note is that the map has to go in a div. So, okay, you have loaded your map in your script, but you want to attach it to an element in your view, right, in your HTML. So you create a new element, say a div, and you have to give it a specified height. You cannot give it like width 100%. You have to give it a specified height, either in pixels or in viewport with viewport height units. So that way you attach your map to your elements with the ID map, and you pass the options. And this is how you're going to get the result for it. Some example options that you can pass right off, and we'll see this in the tutorial in very much detail, and you will play around with this, is to add a zoom level. Choose if you want to be able to use the scroll wheel to see the pan control, the map type control, and where to place some controls. Once you pass all these maps, all these options, the map will be rendered. You can also set the center of the map and the zoom dynamically to pan. We're going to use this as well. So once you have the map object, you can use the JavaScript API reference to see all the methods and functions that are available in the map object, in the map class actually. And you can use this either dynamically or not to change how your map looks. Now let's start with our workshop, and we're going to circle back to this presentation after we have a working version of what we're going to do. So first of all, I want you to go to this link, github.com/mandarini/gmaps-tutorial. I'm going to leave this link here for 2 minutes, and I'm going to log in Slack to see if everyone's talking to me, because I don't have 2 screens today, unfortunately. I only have 1 screen. So yeah, I'll give everyone a minute. So in this tutorial that I've built for you, we are going to use NX to bootstrap our application. This does not affect anything for Google Maps. It's just, for me, NX is like the easiest way to set up a TypeScript application and run it and build it. So we're just going to use NX to bootstrap it, and NX will build like a simple web components application, which is written in TypeScript. And then in the TypeScript code, we are going to add everything that's related to Google Maps. And that's all the code you will need, and you will be able to reuse it in your Angular, in your React, or in your just TypeScript applications. So don't worry about everything that's wrapped around it, okay? Okay, so I assume you went, this link is also in the chat, so let me go to this link now. It's not here. I have a million tabs open. Okay. Let me go to this link. Let me open Slack at the same time. So if we go to step 0, there are 2 options that you can do. Either you can start from scratch. It's the same thing. You will end up in the same step after you do this. Either you can start from scratch with creating an NX workspace in your machine, or you can clone this repository and check out the Start Here branch. And both of these things will end up in the same point. I will give you a moment to do that, and I'll be monitoring Slack. No, I chose the wrong account. Okay. Let's see. Okay, no questions in the chat so far. So how is everyone doing? Give me a thumbs up in the chat if you're following along, please. I want to get some feedback because it's always really hard when you're doing these types of things online and you have no feedback. Please come on, give me a thumbs up. Okay, thank you. The three organizers gave me a thumbs up. Anyone else apart from the organizers here? I would hope so. Okay. Cool. So, can I assume that step 0, everyone is done with step 0, either generating this new workspace or cloning my repository and checking out the Start Here branch? Can I assume this? If anyone is not ready, is not done with step 0, please write it in the chat so that I can give a couple more minutes. Okay, so I assume everyone is ready with step 0. Okay, so on step 1, the first thing you need to do is install the necessary dependencies. You can copy this code and install your dependencies. Of course, I forgot to ask, if you just clone my repository, you have to run yarn or npm install to install the dependencies. Then you have to install these dependencies, which is the JavaScript API loader that I mentioned and the Google Maps types. I'll give you one moment for this as well. Okay. And then let me open my VS Code if you're using VS Code as well. So if you have done the steps so far, you should have a folder structure that looks like this: an apps folder with the base app in here and the tweeters, which you're not going to look into, and the libs folder, which will be empty. And then in your package JSON, you're going to have the Google Maps JavaScript API loader and the Google Maps types. Now we're going to start editing some files. If you open this file, you're going to see a bunch of code in there. You can safely delete all the code in there and just replace it with the contents with this here. Let's see what this looks like. Here we are importing the loader. Then we are importing CSS. And I'm going to show you what the CSS looks like. And then we are going inside here, inside our function. This is the only part of the code you care for. The loader, as I said, instantiates a new loader object with the API key, which is going to be your API key, and I'll show you how to generate one, the version, and the places library, which is the only thing that we need now. Then you have some map options, and you, again, as we saw before, we get the element ID with the ID map, you pass the map options. And inside the HTML, as we explained, we add a div with an ID map. Now you have, of course, as I said, give your map a height and a width, 100 viewport height and 100 viewport width. We want our whole page to be covered by a map. And just to make sure, in the central styles, just give to the body a margin of 0, a padding of 0, just to make sure that our map takes up all of our screen. Now you have your bases, but before we can serve and see our application, we need to add an API key. Now, this is the part that you are going to have to go on the Google Maps platform and generate an API key. Now that you have the container of your map ready, and your map for that matter, let's create an API key so that you can actually see your map. I'm going to pause here for 1 minute, and please write in the chat on Slack if someone is not at this stage. And if you are at this stage, just give me a thumbs up in the message right now. Okay, I'm going to give you all 1 more minute or 2 more minutes, just to make sure you're following along. Thank you, Harris, the only person who did a thumbs up. And they added a new message, give a thumbs down if you're not done. Just making sure you're all here and following. Also pinned on the chat is the link to the workshop steps and the link to the JavaScript API reference. So let's see the reference while everyone gets set up. Let's see the reference. So the Google Maps class, it's actually a namespace, and inside you will get the map class, I would hope. Let's see. Yes. Let's see if we find it. What we're looking for. It doesn't matter. We're going to see it eventually. Okay, Elias, if you have trouble with creating a workspace, you can actually clone the repository. It would be easier for you. You can clone the repository and just do an npm installer yarn to have your dependencies, and check out the start here branch. So it will be easier for you that way, maybe. Okay, well, let me see. Okay, so now the first thing that you need to do is to enable the APIs for Google Maps and get credentials. So let's get accustomed with the Google Cloud Console and the Google Maps APIs part of the Google Cloud Console. Let's wait for it to load. Okay. So if you've used the Google Cloud Console before, you should be somewhat familiar with this user interface. Here you have the Google Maps platform, and you get an overview, and you actually have a getting started card, and in it you have some small tutorials to learn how to display a Google Map, for example, or to calculate pricing and set budgets. And here you can see your enabled APIs. Of course, I have already enabled this API, but you can go in the enabled APIs card, you click view all APIs, and you can click on the Maps JavaScript API, enable it, and you can actually see the usage of it. Now, if we go back, you can see that there are additional APIs for the Google Maps platform, like we talked about. If you want to use, for example, the geolocation or the directions API, you would have to come in here and enable it in here. Also, you always have this slide here that you can get a console quick tour, how to restrict your API key, and also the sorts of resources and tutorials on how to use this API. Now that we have the API enabled, you have to create an API key. So you have to go to credentials. And you can click create credentials, API key, and generate an API key for the Google Maps JavaScript API. It's taking a while for me. It shouldn't be taking a while for you. So when you have a key, you can copy it and you can go back to your code and paste it. And I also think you need to attach the API for which you want to use the key for. You can restrict the API, for example, for the Google Maps JavaScript API, and only let people use it for that. This is pretty handy because it's safer. Right now, I have checked my API key on GitHub, but it's not an issue for me at the moment because I have restricted my API key to, for example, to the address of the application I will be using. And you can do the same thing. It's not that risky in this case. So let's go back. And now that you have your API key, you can add it in your code. You can go into the same, into the app element.ts and replace your API key with the API key that you copied from the Google Cloud Console. And now in your terminal, you can serve your application. I'm going to serve my application. And you're going to see many things that we're going to add in our application eventually. But when you serve it and you go to localhost, you will see an empty screen. You will not see your map. And if you look into the JavaScript console of your browser, you will see an error. You must enable billing on the Google Cloud project. And I omitted this little detail. The Google Maps JavaScript API is a paid service. I actually told you that in the beginning, so I don't forget about it. So you need to enable billing, really. So you can enable billing for this tutorial. It's not a big deal. You get $300 worth of free credits as a welcome gift to Google Cloud. And in any case, in this exercise, we're not going to spend a single penny. let alone get close to the free $300 limit. And after we finish, you can disable everything, remove your card, and not worry about spending any money on this. But you can click start your free trial at the nav bar, and once you activate billing and serve your app again, you will be able to see the map live on your application. While you're doing this, I'm going to talk a little bit about quotas. Nope. So the quotas of Google Maps are you can work with them, and they're not very expensive, and you can get away with paying very little money or not at all. You can see that the Maps JavaScript API, for example, this is for Street View, but if you want to have like dynamic maps for the Maps JavaScript API for 1,000 requests, you would only get charged $7. But to have 1,000 requests, you would need to have like 1,000 users, for example. Or so if you can see how much it changes, but you can work with pretty little money with Google Maps. And I think I haven't looked at it much, but compared to other services, I think it's quite the same in terms of pricing. And since it offers many capabilities, I think it would be worth it. Now let's look in the app. It has, yes, thank you. Thank you very much for pointing this out, Antonis. Every month you get 200 users with no charge. So there is 28,500 map loads per month for no charge. And on top of that, you would get the rest. Thank you. I don't know why I missed to say that. Let me clap on your message as well. So how is everyone doing in terms of steps? Step 3 done. Can you see your map? I'm going to say that you can't see your map, and I'm going to move along to step 4 because I really want to show you this very cool feature. So up until, I want to say, a couple of years ago, if you wanted to customize the styling of your app and how your map looks like, and what I mean is when you open Google Maps, it looks like this, right? If it loads. Like it looks like the normal thing that Google Maps looks like. But if you open the map that we're going to work with today, I've made it to look like this, like have different colors. Up until a couple of years ago, if you wanted to change the colors in your map, in your application, every time you would have to redeploy it. Every time you would have to create a new JSON file with the styles and redeploy it. I think it must be like a couple of years ago or maybe less, they created the map ID concept. And in the map ID concept, in the Google Cloud Console, you can create under map management. You can create a new map style. You can customize that map style to look however you want it to look. And then you can generate a map ID, attach that map style to the map ID, and then give the map ID and the map options that you want to use. Let's see how you're going to do that. I have created a map style, so let's create a new style. You can see that you can open you can either choose one of the ready-made ones, or you can open the style editor. And you can see that it gives you all the features. And you can start changing colors, for example, in the water. You can make the water you can make the water red, for example. And and then your map would look like this. And you can change all other types of things in either fill or the stroke or the text, how you want it to look like. And when you click save, you can give it a new name, a description, save it. And once you have it saved, as I say in the tutorial, you can go in your map management. You can create a map ID, name it Katarina, my other map. Map type, you want it to be for JavaScript, you want it to be vector, you want to save it, and then you can add a style to it, and you can give it a new style. And now you can take this ID and you can give it as an option, as I said, in your code. So in your code, in your map options, you can add map ID. Oops. Nope. Here. Sorry. Map ID. And you can copy this map ID, put it here, and it will inherit all the settings that you have used for this map here. It will not take effect immediately, but it will take effect like, I don't know in how much time. But the thing is, the innovative thing about map IDs is that now if you wanted to change your map style, you wouldn't have to redeploy your application. You would just come to this map style here and adjust the colors and anything you needed. So that's a pretty cool way to manage your app, like without having to mess up with anything but this UI. So if you know, like a project manager or someone who doesn't want to mess with publishing code, they could just go in here and change it and manage it. So let's move on to the next step. Now, however, I always think it's nice to see how you can add your own styles manually with code on your map. You can create a new map style JSON, and in your map style JSON, it will look something like this. You can add a feature type, you can add an element type, and you can add the style for it. The reference for the style is here, so let's take a quick look here. The feature type, as explained, is features or geographic characteristics on the map, like roads, parks, bodies of water, and more. So before that, we changed the color of water, it was a feature type. The element type are subparts of a feature, like a label or a geometry. And the stylers are the colors that we want to add. So here is a list of all the following features that are available for you to customize. You have the administrative, like country, land parcel, locality, neighborhood, province, the landscape, points of interest, road, transit, and water. So you can customize how all of these things look. And for example, you could remove all labels, or you could remove all points of interest and all roads, and just have like a pure map with just showing the water and the geography. You can play around with it using just this JSON here, or using, of course, the style editor that I showed you before. And if you add the style to your map, the effect will be immediate, and you're going to see exactly how it looks like. So for example, in my case here, that the map looks like this, I have changed some colors, which you're going to see if you check out to the main branch. I'm going to give you a couple of minutes to let this let anyone catch up, if anyone is following live, and then I'm going to just move on and explain the next step. Also, if you have any questions, please post them in the chat. Okay, let's move on to step 6. Now, another nice thing that you can do to customize your map and the look of your map is to either move your controls around, the controls of the map, or add your own controls. The way that you can adjust the controls is that each map object contains a controls array, and no, not a controls array, controls object, and the controls object contains let me think how many. Let me go back to my presentation because I have this. Wait. So each controls object, I hope you can see this, contains 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 locations that you can use. So the control objects has the top left, top center, top right, right top, left center, right bottom, bottom right, bottom center, bottom. So all these are locations on your map where you can put your own controls. And you can pass in these places either controls that already exist, like for example the zoom control that the Google Maps has natively, or for example the map style control that you always see on a map when you open it. But you can also create your own HTML elements and add them in these places in the controls object on your maps object. So you don't have to actually find a way with CSS to find where exactly to position an absolute floating HTML element. You can create a new div, put it anywhere in your HTML, grab it through JavaScript, add it in the controls object, and you'll make sure that it will be put in that place. So for example, you can see in the map that I have here that I have a control to the top left, which is a native control from Google Maps. I have on the bottom right the zoom control and the full screen control, but I have created my own custom controls, and I have put this on the top right, I have put this on the bottom left, and I have put this on the center bottom. And these are just simple divs and these buttons that I just placed on the map. Similarly, as I said, you can control the adjusted position of the native controls. So in your Google Maps options, you can pass zoom control options, for example, and position them to the right bottom, as I have done here. You can see the available positions here, as I already said. And an example would be to pass the zoom control options to the right bottom, and then you have the map type controls to the top left, and you can also add a style, a drop-down menu, which I have done here, and the full screen control options again, which are at the right bottom. So you can see how much you can customize the Google Maps map on your application, and it will just look completely unique to however you want to show it. Let's move to the next step. So let's add some custom functionality to our custom controls. So as you see here, as I explained, I have two custom controls. I have the show grids button, which when I click it, it pans and zooms to some part of Greece at least. So let's see how you would be able to do that. First, you would have to create a button and give it an ID. And then you want to make sure to access that button, get element by ID, control 1, and add an event listener to the button whenever it's clicked, set the map zoom to 8, and set the map center to the latitude and longitude of Greece. Then you would have to add your new control to your map. So in the map controls top right array, push the button. If you push more elements here, they're all going to be added to the top right place, one below the other. If you want to put a lot of elements, for example, in the top right, what I would do, I would create a parent div that I would place here, and inside that div, I would adjust with CSS however I wanted the layout to look of my custom controls. But the thing that you see here is how you can actually do anything on your map. You can just create custom controls for your map and you can do anything. For example, here we did a very simple thing. We set the zoom and we set the center. But you can change the style, you can change the color, you can do whatever you want. So the other thing that you can do, which I think is the last thing we're going to see, is how you can create a custom control to add markers on your map. So here on the top of the bottom left, I have this add marker button. When I click this add marker button, I can add markers on my map. When I click it again, it's disabled. So how can I do this? Again, I create a button, an add marker button. I push it to the bottom left array, and I add an event listener to it, which enables or disables the mark enable toggle. Now, you can attach an event listener on the Google Maps object, on the Google Maps, yes, which every time something happens on your map, the event listener will be triggered. Now I have an event listener for clicks. So every time I click on the map, this listener is triggered. Now, the logic here is that if the marker enable toggle is on, and I click on the map, a new Google Maps marker will be added in the event latitude and longitude, because the map events give you back some data. They give you back some attributes. One of the attributes they give you is the latitude and longitude of the click location, for example. So I would add a new marker to the latitude and longitude of the click on the map that is my map and give it a title. So I would assume that, yeah, if I had attached the listener on the marker and clicked it, I would see the title high here. That way, you added one more custom interaction control to your map. Google Maps offers a wide range of drawing interaction in its drawing library. You can add the drawing library to your maps loader by adding it next to the places library. You can create a new drawing manager. You can enable the drawing control and place it in the top center, like I've done here. And if you look at your map now, you will see a number of controls. So again, using the drawing manager, I would be able to draw lines or polygons or a circle or like a polyline or a closed polygon from a polyline, and of course pan. Google Maps has an extra layer called the data layer, which you can use if you want to extract this data as a GeoJSON. So each time you would use the drawing manager, you would save these features, these shapes into your data layer, and then you would extract this data as a GeoJSON from your data layer. Yeah, I messed this up here, so let's just go to step 9. And I think it's the conclusion. Yes, so this concludes the tutorial. You can clone this repository and have the final code that I'm using. The main branch contains the final version of the code. So as a quick summary, we learned how to install the necessary dependencies for TypeScript development for Google Maps, learned how to use the Google Maps JavaScript API loader, how to add a map to our application, how to create a new Google Maps project on Google Cloud Platform and get an API key. We enabled the Google Maps JavaScript API. We created a map ID and added a custom style so that you can manage your map from the Google Cloud Platform directly. How to create a custom style locally using a JSON file, add map type controls to your map, custom positioning for the default controls and custom controls, of course, and the custom control to add markers, and how to use the join manager. I really hope you enjoyed the workshop. You can check out my demo Google Maps app in this link where I show more features, and you can have the code as well, the demo Google Maps app code, and of course the link to the Google Maps JavaScript API reference. So let me go back to StreamYard, stop screen sharing, and yes.
Wow. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
So many details. I have a question. Actually, I have a lot of questions, but we're running out of time. So I'm working a lot as a Google Cloud architect with Google Cloud, of course. And the first question everybody's asking, how I'm going to get charged about billing. So we've seen that you will get $200 every month for Google Maps. How these people are going to get charged? Because they will start queries, their clients queries for geolocation, for direction. We've seen static, VS dynamic, stuff like that. So can you tell us more about the billing? In general,
sure.
how this $200 will reduce?
So each request, so any action you would do on Google Maps would count as a request. Like every time you reload the map would be a request. Every time you request the directions would be a new request. Every time you would search for a place and used autocomplete would be a new request. So depending on the features you have on your map, you would multiply your requests. If a map would be very simple, just like we saw today, just pan, zoom, show like a nice theme of it, it would just be one request every time you load it. But if you added autocomplete, every time someone would try and search and click on an autocomplete address, it would be it would get charged for that. However, as you know, but maybe some people who are watching may not know, you can create quotas and you can like block charging when you reach a certain level. So I would definitely do that, and I do that on all my projects. I add a quota, and if I go over it, yeah. But someone who is like creating a demo app like myself, or is creating something just to play around, I would assume there's no charge at all. Or I feel confident to say that there's no charge at all. But once you have like a company or an application that you have lots of users, then you would start worrying. But once you get to this stage, I think you would already have considered the budget that you were going to use. So this is what I always think.
Okay, and there are a lot of times that people don't understand the free credits. So we showed them that if you start working on Google Maps, you will get $200, and if you start working on Google Cloud, you will get $300. Can we combine them and have 500, or is it completely different?
Yes, the $300 is one-off. Like the first time you join Google Cloud, you get $300. The $200 gets added every month. So if you join Google Cloud today, you will start with $500. If you run through this $500, next month you will have only $200.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And before finishing and closing for our lunch break, one advice from my side. Katerina showed us about restriction on API. As an architect, we use the least privilege. So please always go and do that, even if it's for a demo, because otherwise you will forget it and you will get some messages that your credits are finishing and you have to pay from your credit card, and your bank account will reduce.
Yeah.
So, Katerina, thank you very much for joining today. It was a pleasure to have you
for
here.
having me.
And we're going to have 30 minutes lunch break. Okay, so see you in 30 minutes. Goodbye for now.
Bye.
Bye.
Technology brings us closer together, even when we're far apart. Google developer groups host meetup events for local technologists to connect, learn, and grow with others in their area.
The project I'm mostly proud of would be teaching Introduction to Programming to 7 girls in my hometown.
In the GDG, I used to attend various workshops, like it was on Firebase, Android, Cloud. Everyone is learning from someone else.
We started to meet twice a week for a long time, learning Google Cloud. Amazing experience.
After joining Accenture as a software engineer, I started to share my journey in Medium, podcasts, and talks at online bootcamps.
My talk inspired one of community members a lot. So I mentored him to start his Flutter path. And 1 year later, at the same conference, he was giving a talk at the same stage.
One member of our community moved from being a DJ at our event to a developer in the first leading bank in the country.
When we do events that impact a lot of people, we are bringing opportunity to our region. So a lot of investors, a lot of startups, they will start to see opportunities here.
Hello, welcome back for our afternoon session. I am Maria, one of the organizers of GDG Cyprus and behind the DevFest Hellas. For anyone who hasn't joined from the right beginning, just doing a quick introduction. Hi, Mihaly, and this is
Hi,
Mihaly.
Maria.
Go for it. Can you introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm a software engineer. I'm currently living in Sweden, working for Music Type, and I work with cloud technologies and some DevOps stuff.
Cool, cool. Michalis is with Michalis. Well, let me start that again. Michalis joined GDG from the actually right beginning, and most recently he moved to Sweden, but he's still around and helping us out. Thank you, Michaly. Michaly, I have a question for you. Do you know who's the next speaker, and what's the commonality between our next speaker with the previous speakers?
Well, it's Mike Hero, and I think the commonality is that they're both developers, right?
Yeah, everyone here is a developer. But something that people may not know, Mike Yeru first interned at Amazon in San Francisco, which is the commonality with our first speakers at the beginning of the day. And then Mike also worked at Google for the past 7 years. Hi, Mike.
Hello, how are you? Actually, yeah, I have a short bio in my presentation.
Yes.
I'm going to read those.
We're really glad to have you here with us. Now,
I'm happy to be here.
You have co-founded your own consultancy in Cyprus,
Yep.
right?
Yeah, thank you for having me. Actually, yeah, it's a small boutique agency. Actually, we're just starting out, and
Awesome.
thank you so much for having us.
Well, now the stage is yours. This talk is about an insider's tour in
Yes.
Play Console. So take it away.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And hello, everyone. Firstly, a big thank you to all the presenters and the organizers for this awesome event. Let me introduce myself. As Maria already said some of those things. My name is Mike, and a super quick journey about my professional experience so far. I've started working at Amazon, where I did a summer internship in Amazon Music in San Francisco. And then mainly due to visa issues in the USA, I moved to London, where I started working as a full-time software engineer at Google in the Google Play team. I've spent the majority of my time there working for various teams within the Play Console team. And almost after 7 years working there, we've decided to move back to London, to Cyprus with my family. And along with a friend of mine, we've started our own company called Pale Blue, where we develop tailor-made software for enterprises around the world. Now, enough about me. Let's dive into our quick guide through the Play Console. An outline of today's talk. We will first start with an introduction of what is Play Console and why I'm doing this guide through in the first place. Then I have grouped together what I consider to be the most important features of the consoles into sections, and I will go over them one by one. Note that the console has so many features that's not possible to cover them all. The features covered here are just a subjective selection. Finally, there's a Q&A section where you can ask me whatever you want, and I will do my best to give you a helpful answer. Now, Play Console has been around in some form since the early days of the Play Store. Even when the Play Store was called Android Marketplace, the Play Developer Console, as it was called, was the only way to add your apps there. And this is what most people still know Play Console for, as just a way to publish their apps in the Play Store and nothing else. This impression of the Play Console is just the tip of the iceberg. Over the years, Play Console has evolved and accumulated a vast feature set and has become, in my opinion, one of the most important tools in an Android developer's toolbox. Nevertheless, few know the console's feature outside of the core publishing ones. And harvesting the power of the console could have benefits for the entire lifecycle of an app, from publishing to marketing to debugging. Just being aware of the features in the console increases your chances of succeeding in this competitive app market. And then this is what this talk aims to familiarize you with as many console features as possible. We will start with the core feature set of the console, which is publishing. And even though this sounds quite self-explanatory and without much need to deep dive further, the publishing features in the Play console over the years have expanded their scope and capabilities consistently. This has led to a significantly more complex and powerful offering than just an upload to your APK form. When releasing a new version of an app, ideally it would go through multiple release channels until it reaches general availability. The console offering is so comprehensive that can satisfy the needs of a huge company, even such as Facebook. Therefore, if you have a smaller app, you might choose not to utilize some release channels, but it's good to know all the capabilities available. So in the production page, you can manage the general availability channel. When an Android app bundle or an APK is in this channel, it means it can be downloaded by anyone in the store. One super useful thing here is the graphs in the release stability tab. These show an overview of how the latest release is going. Any crashes, reviews, and any other useful metrics are shown here. And this is especially useful when doing staged rollouts, and you want to decide whether to increase the rollout percentage or halt the release. In theory, this tab will give you the answer. Just see the stats here, and if everything looks okay, just proceed with the increase. Please note that depending on the install base, any issues with a new version might not appear overnight. For instance, if you have a few hundred active devices and you roll out to 10%, then you will need to wait several days before making an assessment. The rollout percentage indicates just the install base of the new version that will eventually be accomplished. But this takes time since devices are auto-updated only under specific conditions, such as being on power and on Wi-Fi. The open testing channel will reach any user who has signed up for the beta call you see in the Play Store screenshot there. As soon as you activate this channel, this prompt will appear in the Play Store. This is extremely useful since you can reach your most adventurous users and who are willing to test new, less stable versions and give you feedback. Since they have explicitly signed up for this, you don't need to worry that much that an unstable version will reach this user segment. Nevertheless, you should still do your best to ship as stable version as possible, since these users are still public users. When users are in this channel, any reviews they leave will not be public, but still an unhappy user is not something you want, right? In contrast to the previous testing track, the closed testing track, you will have to manually do the recruitment for testers yourself. Another difference is that you can have multiple closed testing tracks. This feature is mostly useful for bigger companies who have multiple private tester groups and they're using a more comprehensive testing procedure, such as early access programs, QA groups, etc. As a bonus, don't forget that every time you publish an Android app bundle or an APK to a test track, you will automatically receive a pre-launch report that can identify some issues or crashes. If you want, you can combine these with a staged rollout to this track, and if everything's okay with the report, you can proceed to the full rollout in the testing track. You know how you publish something in the console and then you need to wait some hours or days sometimes until it's approved for users to download? Well, this is a testing track that avoids almost all of those approval checks. As soon as you release something on the internal testing track, it becomes almost immediately available to testers. Similarly to the previous tracks, you need to explicitly select the testers. Usually, these are the development team, the QA team, and any other trusted user. Since almost no check is performed for this track, there is a maximum number of 100 testers, which is more than enough for most development teams. This is the ideal testing track to integrate with the CI/CD system using the publishing API. Now, even though this page is not included in the release section of the Play console navigation, this is still a publishing related feature. Internal app sharing is more for ad hoc sharing with testers. For instance, you might have to build a version of your app that you want to share with a specific user that is not part of one of the testing tracks we discussed earlier. In the APK world, you could just send them the APK to sideload. But in the Android app bundle world, the exact APK for the user will be generated by the Play Store depending on the user device configuration. This is where the internal app sharing comes in. You can upload an Android app bundle here, share the link with the user, and they will download the exact APK for their configuration. Also note that you can specify which users are allowed to generate those internal app sharing links, so they don't even have to have access to the developer account. So let's move to the store listing pages. They say that humans are quite visual creatures, and since a big part of our processing power is committed to processing visual data, how your app looks in the store plays a big part in whether the user will click that install button or not. Play Console gives quite a few powerful tools to create, experiment, and manage the store listing pages for your app in Play Store. All you need to do is learn what capabilities Play Console gives you and use the one that should suit you best. Let's dive into what you can do with store listing pages. What we see here is the main store listing page. Quite a self-explanatory page. From here, you can manage how the store listing page will look for various locales. You can set a different set of data for each locale and set a default locale for the rest of them that are not explicitly defined. This is quite a long and tedious page to fill, in my opinion. Nevertheless, might be one of the most important ones concerning whether your app gets downloaded or not. So do not rush to fill it out and regularly review and update it. Especially the screenshots section should have special treatment since few people read descriptions nowadays. On the other hand, the description is probably how the Play Store figures out the relevant keywords for your app, so special care should be given there as well. Now, optimizing the store listing is a subject outside of the scope of this talk, but there are countless tools out there to consult to help you end up with the optimal store listing page. And actually, Play Console even gives you one powerful tool to figure out whether store listing works well or not, which is the experiments feature we'll see in a while. Now, I think custom store listing pages is aimed at the medium to big companies that are doing advanced optimizations on what listing performs best for each segment around the world. You see here, you can specify some store listing, specific store listing pages that target specific regions or countries, not just locales, specific install states, such as pre-registration, and even create specific URLs for custom listings. Now, the targeting capabilities offered here are advanced but time-consuming. If your company has the resources to use these tools effectively, then it's pure gold. Otherwise, just stick to the main store listing page and just provide different translations for your top markets. I consider this to be one of the most powerful features in the entire console. Now, many descriptions, titles, screenshots, or videos look good, but you don't want you or your team to enjoy those media, right? You want your potential users to like them and enjoy them so much that they decide to install and hopefully keep the app. This is where experiments come into play. You can set multiple variances for one or more attributes of your store listing page, and Play Console will tell you which one is performing best. A few tips here: just prefer to test one attribute at a time, for instance, only screenshots or only the title, even though Play Console allows you to choose multiple attributes at the same experiment. As recommended by the console, it's always better to choose the retain first time installs as the metric, since store listings that make users install but not keep the app is not something you want to end up with. Also, with the recent updates on this page, you can now customize the criteria for which the experiment will end, and you can specify how certain you want to be before calling an experiment finished. An estimation of when the experiment will end is now available, which is great since beforehand you had no idea if the experiment would take 1 month or 1 year. The only downside I see in the experiments feature is that it requires a high number of installs to be meaningful. This means that if you're just getting started and you don't have a significant and constant stream of downloads, then you won't find this feature useful. You would first need to get that bulk downloads and then use this feature to optimize. Last but not least is the translation services. Even though there are quite a few services externally to translate your app's resources, this one integrates with the console and its convenience compares to no other. With a few clicks, you can just request translations to almost every language in the world. Except for the store listing, you can request translations for the app strings as well as the in-app products. The difficult part is to identify which languages are worth translating to. If you identify a strong trend of store visits from the stats page for a particular country or region, then maybe it is worth optimizing by having translations for those languages. On the other hand, randomly choosing languages to translate your listing to with the hope that more people speaking that language will download your app might not be a very successful strategy. Now, many times developers get rewarded or punished not only by monetary means, but by user reactions. You probably know what I'm referring to. I am talking about the user reviews and ratings in the store. These are not just important as a source of feedback for the developer, but as a source of feedback to the Play Store itself. No one knows exactly how the ranking algorithm works in the Play Store, and probably it changes quite often, but it's a reasonable assumption that the ratings and reviews play a big part in determining the quality of the apps. Therefore, it's of extreme importance to monitor the ratings and reviews, to reply to your reviews, and take action if something is actionable. Play Console offers more than enough tools to do this and more for your apps. Let's dive together into what feature the console offers in this area. This page, as the name implies, is all about ratings. A few things to note here. Google Play rating is not a normal average over all of your ratings. It's a secret weighted average where your most recent ratings have more weight than the older ratings. And this makes sense since ratings from 5 years ago do not represent how the app is today. For instance, the first version of your app might have had quite a few bugs that are now fixed. Also, the rating that each user sees in the store differs for each country or region. What you see here is just the default rating for regions where this local rating is not available, for instance, due to too few ratings. The lifetime average is the normal average, and this is not externally visible to users, but might be useful to you as a developer to track how the app is doing over time. I think the greatest feature of this page is the rating comparison to peers. The console will automatically choose some similar or competitive apps and show you a bar chart that mentions where your app's rating is compared to competitive app. Knowing that you are doing great compared to peers is of great importance on whether you're moving in the right direction. The reviews page is about viewing and replies to your reviews. Play Console makes it as easy as possible to reply to reviews, even giving you suggested replies to most common user reviews. For clearly spam or malicious reviews, there is a way to report them to Google where hopefully they will be flagged and eventually be removed. Personally, I don't leave a review without a reply, even if it's just to say thank you or to urge users to contact us if they have issues. I suggest you to do the same since there's a correlation between improved ratings and replies in the reviews. Also note that even if you receive a review in another language that you don't speak, then you can reply in your native language and the users will see your reply using Google Translate automatically in their own language. Don't forget to enable email notifications for the reviews to get notified on new and updated reviews. This removes the burden of having to monitor and check for new reviews periodically. If you are not a fan of emails, download the Play Console Android app to get mobile notifications for new reviews and to be able to reply on the move. You probably know that you can extract some trends and decide what to prioritize to build or fix from what the users are writing about your app. This is the page that will help you with this task. Firstly, you can see in action how your replies have influenced an increase or decrease in the ratings. Most of the times, the increase is bigger than the decrease, and this is a strong reason for replying to all of your reviews. Additionally, the console will show you any highlights for your reviews, which is helpful if you have a great number of reviews, which makes it difficult for you to cut through the noise. For comparing how you are doing with regards to your peers, the benchmarks and topic section is the one where you can see your reviews grouped into identified topics and useful comparison with similar apps. This page, the testing feedback, is identical to the reviews page, with the only difference being that these reviews are not publicly available. These are the reviews you get from the open testing channel and are valuable feedback from users using your cutting-edge versions. Treat them with respect and gratitude since these users are spending their time testing your app and providing you valuable feedback on what is wrong and what can be improved. Hopefully, everyone of your app will have to think about monetization at some point. And this is a great moment you've been waiting for, since your time and effort will finally be rewarded with tangible rewards. But where do you start? Where are all those tools that all those big and successful apps in the Play Store are using? Thankfully, if you're a big player or a startup, it doesn't make much difference in the tools you have to monetize. Play Console offers big and small guys almost the same powerful tools to make money. To use most of these tools, you would need to set up a merchant profile with a Google Play to be able to accept payments. This is a quite straightforward process, and the console will guide you through the required data you need to provide. Assuming you have completed your merchant profile, let's go for a quick tour for the features the console is offering in the monetization area. Now, whether your app is paid or free with in-app purchases is the first major decision you will need to make about monetization. From this page, you can manage everything that has to do with the app pricing if your app is paid. If your app is free, then this page is of no use to you. From here, you can set the prices for your apps for various markets around the world. The one interesting concept here is the pricing templates, which are useful if you have multiple apps you want to sync their prices. Using a pricing template allows you not to manually update the prices for your multiple apps. For instance, imagine if you have 100 apps priced at $1.99 and you later decide that $0.99 is a more suitable price. More interestingly, this is where you can create temporary sales, where you will be offering your app for a lower price or even for free for a limited time. This can gather significant traction from users, and I consider this to be especially useful to new apps or apps trying to gather some initial user base, and recommended doing it periodically and strategically, for instance, when there are new features in your app. From this page, you control everything that has to do with one-time purchases inside your app. Creating and setting up an in-app product is a straightforward process involving setting up a name, a description, and price, or use a pricing template we discussed earlier. A few more advanced features are present, like allowing you to purchase more than one copy of the in-app product in the same transaction, and some legal declarations, but mainly that's it. Using the Play billing library, you can now accept payments for the in-app products you define here in your app. The hot trend in the monetization of our era, subscriptions, can be handled in this page. Play console offering in this domain is really extensive and interesting. In summary, you can set some base plans for the subscriptions and then create offers that are using those base plans. The base plans contain the basic attributes of the subscriptions, such as the billing period, like monthly or annually, and the renewal types, such as auto-renewing or prepaid. The real power and marketing principles can be exercised using the offer plans. You can provide different prices for new users that have not yet tried your app, and different pricing for users that have already a subscription. For instance, if they're subscribed to your basic package, but you want to make it more compelling to upgrade to your premium package. The most difficult part when developing an app, they say, is promoting it. And this is a page you can use to gather quickly some traction by giving users free promo codes to give your app a try. You can give promo codes for either in-app products or subscriptions. There are some limits on how many promo codes you can issue, like 500 promo codes for in-app products and 10K promo codes for subscriptions per quarter. I found that these promo codes are extremely successful in driving users trying your app. But the most difficult part is how and where you will find the users that are willing to try the app and how to distribute those promo codes. One way is to use our network. Another way is to use a website that offers help to distribute and finds users looking to try new apps. Now, the Play Store is all about apps, and most of the apps in the Play Store, in the Play console, are app-level pages. But there's a common parent entity that is often overlooked, and this is, of course, the developer. In this section, I will attempt to go through some of what I consider to be the most important and useful developer-level pages in the console. By no means, the rest of the pages are not useful, and I urge you to go through them one by one, since what is useful or not depends on each developer's size and circumstances. The inbox page was introduced in the latest Play console redesign a couple of years ago. I consider this quite important and never archive a message before reading it. It's now the primary way for Google to communicate effectively with Android developers. Both generic news affecting all apps and targeted messages only visible to specific developers and specific apps appear here. The messages can range from warnings about outdated SDKs to generic announcements about the Google I/O. Nevertheless, giving attention to this page can save you from a lot of trouble later, in the case, for instance, of an outdated SDK usage that results in an app ban. Another page similar to the inbox is useful to ensure compliance with the Play Store. Before this page was introduced, there were numerous horror stories of developers losing for some reason the email that warned them about a violation that resulted in an app ban sometimes later. Using this page, you can see all the active policy violations Play console has detected. An email will still be sent, but even if you do not have access to that email, you can see those violations and warnings from here and take appropriate action to resolve them promptly. A pretty powerful page, but useful only for bigger organizations with a lot of people. From here, you can invite multiple users to join your developer account and assign them specific permissions and access to specific apps. For instance, a release manager who has the responsibility of releasing new versions of an app should not have permissions to reply to reviews and vice versa. In addition to the obvious user management features, Play Console allows users with limited permissions to request additional permissions, and this is a page where an admin can review and accept or deny those requests. Finally, for large organizations, permission groups are available. You can add users to multiple groups, and the users will inherit the union of all permissions of all the groups they're part in. One of the most useful pages for every developer that monetizes their apps. All the orders for all the apps appear here. You can search by order ID, email, and issue any refund for any unhappy customer, which hopefully will never happen. From this page, you can control how your developer page looks in public. The developer page is what you get when a user in the Play Store clicks on your developer name on the store listing page. Additionally, you can choose some of your apps to be marked as featured on this developer page to highlight them. Quite a simple page with regards to functionality, but if you do not complete the associated developer accounts page, then you are not qualified for the 15% fee if you monetize, and instead you are charged with a 30% fee. Long story short, Google allows you to be charged a discounted 15% for the first million of revenue for each legal entity, which is a company. This page here is for companies with multiple developer accounts to declare them and receive the discounted fee for the combined revenue. For individuals or companies with a single developer account, all they have to do is declare a single member within a single account group and they're done. Now, apps grow and evolve over time, and there might be a time when you have to sell your app, or your company might be acquired. From the app transfer page, you can almost self-service complete an app transfer to different developer accounts without the need to contact support. All you need to do is to provide the necessary info to prove you are the owner of the developer account and for the receiving developer to acknowledge the app transfer. Now, hopefully by now you have a better idea of what is offered in the Play Console and you can better take advantage of all of those features. Do not forget that in this talk only some features were covered and there are quite a lot more features that I just didn't have the time to cover. So I urge you to deep dive and explore the console that you've been using all the time without really dedicating the time it deserves. Thank you so much, and please let me know if you have any questions. I would be happy to answer them.
Thank you so much, Mike. I think we've got a few questions. Michali, would you like to go first?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mike, for the presentation. It was very nice. So from what we see, most of the capabilities that you show are through the console screens. Is it possible to have the same features from CLIs or let's say APIs so that you can automate this and have them as part of your CI/CD, or are you more limited when choosing that approach?
Thank you for that question. So Play Console actually provides quite a rich API for not everything, but all the core functionalities of the console. So there is a developer API, the publishing API, which provides all the functionality you can do in the console with regards to functionality from a CI/CD. And there's the review API, which you can automate review-related functionality, but not everything. Like, for instance, there's no API for user management. So yeah, all the core functionality, you can do it via an API or CLI, and actually there are quite a few packages to integrate with the CI/CD systems.
Nice.
I think we have one more question that I just posted in the Slack channel as well, which is, how can you automate the releases for internal, external, and progressive rollouts?
So it's what I said to Michalis earlier. So that's the publishing. Yeah, there's a publishing API where it provides. It's pretty much whatever you can do from the console UI, you can do it from the publishing API, and yeah, pretty much you go there, you do the documentation, and you integrate with every release channel there. Then you integrate with your CI/CD system, and pretty much, yeah, there are quite many resources online on how to do that. It's not the easiest thing to do, but yeah, it's doable.
Another one kind of related again. So can all this configuration be represented as code, let's say in YAML files or something like that, so you can version it and keep track of it in a version control system?
Yes, I think the API works in some form in YAML configuration files, so that's totally doable. And there's the I forgot the name of the popular CI/CD system that integrates both Play Store and iOS publishing features.
Nice.
Yeah, so this is possible to integrate with your version control system and just keep it organized and in Git or whatever version control system you're using.
Very nice.
I
Thank
have
you.
one more of a more generic one, but can you share one of the biggest failures that you had while playing with the console? Something that you've learned, failed miserably?
Oh, yeah, I have quite a few of those failures. I mean, I guess my biggest failure was like when working on a revamp for the sign up for the console. Like we're doing the GDPR things, and I was responsible for adding GDPR features to the sign up of the developer accounts. And we didn't have great test coverage on that part of the console because, we do it only once and then we forget about it. And I make some changes, and developers couldn't sign up for a day or two before we figure out that it was broken. So yeah, so I blocked a few thousand developers from signing up. Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah, sorry about that. Hopefully no one here was influenced. Yeah.
It's actually
yeah.
It's great to hear these kind of stories. Sorry, I interrupted you again.
No. I mean, after that, we increased the test coverage on that part of the console. So hopefully it will never happen again.
Yeah. Sometimes more developers who are new in their careers, they worry about fucking up, especially when it affects so many people. So it's always great to hear that. This can happen.
It happens to everyone, I guess. And I mean, the more critical team you work on, the biggest impact is, but the biggest the lesson is, right? I mean, at some point, some guys in Google, like, they screw up the authentication system, and then all of Google products were blocked. So yeah.
And what's the feature that you couldn't live without, like the feature that you would choose?
Yeah, I mean, I'm mainly, when the Play console was reintroduced, like a major redesign, like in 2020, I've personally developed the users and permissions section of the console. So that's a personal attachment to that section of the console. So I'm not objective, right?
Cool. Well, thank you so much, Mike, for your time. I don't have questions yet, any more questions. But please, if anyone has any other questions, to share them in the Slack channel. Mike is going to be around. If we even get questions after the event, I'll make sure to transfer them to you.
Yeah, I've joined the Slack channel, so anyone having a question, I'm going to be there answering them. And I'm going to go to UCY in a while, so to meet people in person.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Bye.
And I think now we're going to go straight to the next, our next speaker.
Who is our next speaker? Oh.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Maria. How are you?
Hello, Andrea.
Andrea, hi. So Andrea,
you know this guy, Maria?
Who doesn't know this guy? Andreas is one of our very own, one of the GDG organizers for the GDG Cyprus. And Andrea, if I'm not mistaken, you're also a software development trainer at Qubit Academy, and also you're developing solutions for different companies across Europe.
That's very, very correct. Not only Europe, Dubai and Gibraltar as well. So
that's it. And when we saw your talk, we were thinking, oh my God, we need a whole lecture on this, not only just a 30 minutes talk, but it should be much longer. But just to introduce very quickly, what talk is this? It's about refactoring in practice, the art of creating good code. And Andreas has helped several organizations to save hundreds of thousands of dollars thanks to writing cleaner code. And that's why we thought, well, that's a talk for this audience. So thank you so much for joining us. This time, not as an organizer, well, a little bit, you've been helping, but as a speaker as well.
Yeah. Thank you for, Michalis?
It's great to have you here. Sorry for interrupting. Yeah.
Thank you so much, guys. It's very flattering words. So I have truly enjoyed all of the previous talks, and I'm looking forward to share some of the lessons learned here with the community. So yeah, hopefully it's a huge topic. I also wish that it could be longer, but I think it's sufficient for me to point out some tips and tricks that could help all of us in doing our job even better.
Well, we can't wait. So the stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Let me share. Just a moment. Okay. Okay, so yeah. Hello, everybody. I truly hope that you are going to enjoy this talk. I have chosen this topic here because it's an ongoing struggle, let's say, for several companies, and it's a huge conversation for us on what is code quality and how fast are we going to deliver something over how good that thing is going to be. So yeah, we are going to explore the art of creating good code today, and we are going to put what we are going to discuss in practice. So this talk here today is essentially a 50% talk and 50% live coding, so that we can apply everything in practice. So let's go on. Who am I? I'm Andreas. I have a decade of experience in assisting organizations, creating software for organizations and helping them save money by preventing bugs going to production. As Maria and Michalis said before, I'm a trainer, apart from software developer at Qubit Academy. Academically, I received a master's again in computer science. So yeah, engineer at heart. So let's go through. What's the agenda for today? First, we are going to see what the problem is that we are trying to solve. And then we are going to explore what is code refactoring. There are many people who are not familiar with the term, so we are going to give a definition as well, and also some reasoning of why that is needed. Later on, we are going to spend roughly 15 minutes exploring some of the techniques that can help us on our day-to-day. And then we are going to see some tips and tricks and ways for us to take it home, to apply those lessons learned in our daily life. So let's go through. You join a company, okay, you get assigned to a project, you are full of energy, you are very excited to start contributing to that product, adding new features that the client needs, until you see that it's not so easy to understand. There is some business logic in the backend, some business logic in the database, maybe in the front end as well. There are classes that are doing things that they shouldn't really do. So yeah, it's kind of like this, right? With a very nice little touch. So the problem is that when you want to add something, you have to spend much more time, and it's also much easier for bugs to make their way to production. So we have refactoring. Refactoring is actually the art or the process, the discipline of improving. They are small things that help us improve the design of existing code. Okay. And this is what keeps our code in a good shape. Okay. So what is refactoring about? Refactoring help us extend our product and maintain our product in much less time. And as we all know, and especially as businesses know, time is money as well. So essentially refactoring at the end of the day is about money. Okay. Businesses care about reducing the time they need to go into market, reducing the time they need to fix some bugs, increasing their clients, and clients get increased if we deliver a good quality product to them. So essentially all of this is money. So this is the main argument of why a company should be interested in having a higher code quality bar. Now, let's go here. Now, okay, action time. I have chosen a very nice little example that we can all do in our homes. I'm gonna share the repository with all of you on Slack. It's essentially this repository here on GitHub. We are going to explore the code in Java, but you can do the same exercise in more or less every language that you prefer at your own time. Let me go back here. So, action time. Let's go. Now, what's the example about? The example is about theatrical plays. So, your company, let's say, has created a software that creates statements that are being sent to clients so that they can pay for the theatrical plays that they have been to. So if a company pays for its employees to go, for example, to the Phantom of the Opera, they should get a statement. Okay, and this software creates that statement that you have brought us 50 employees to see the performance. You have to pay that much. Okay, and we are very, very, very lucky to have a test. Okay, and that's very important for us. That we have a test. So essentially this test creates some dummy performances, Amlet or Othello, for example. And it also contains an example of how the statement for that company should look like. That this company, the big Co, for example, has paid for 55 persons to see Amlet, 35 persons to see this performance, 40 persons to see Othello, for example, and the company now owes this amount. And they also have some, loyalty points, some credit. So it's a very nice software. Now, let us check that the tests pass. Let us run those tests first before we start anything else. Okay, so we can see that we get this in green light here. So all of the tests pass. So that's good. We can start having a look at the code. Okay, we have the play here. Play is, the name of the play, essentially Othello or Hamlet or Phantom of the Opera. We have a performance. So the performance is essentially that this Phantom of the Opera performance was done at this day and these many people attended. An invoice that is a set of performances, and this statement printer that essentially prints that invoice, prints a statement for that company. We can see here that the main business logic can be found here. Okay, so let's have a look at this print method that is, essentially the whole class has one method called print. Let's have a look at this print. So we can see here that this print has a loop. It loops over performances. And it does some calculations, okay? That's a very, very, very red flag here for us when we see this code, because the printer should be responsible to print something, not calculate it as well, okay? So let's take a note, okay? So we are going to use this Visual Studio template to write down the notes that we are going to write and some of the refactoring techniques that we are going to see. So the first thing is that every single thing, every method, every class, every module should do one thing only, okay? If it does more than one, we should reconsider, okay? This actually has a name. It's called single responsibility principle. And effectively, that means that do only one thing and do that well, okay? So let's go here. So as we said, this calculation should not be happen here. So we are going to remove it. And let's select the code that we need to get removed. And if we do right click and refactor, and this functionality is available in all INDs, IntelliJ, Eclipse, Visual Studio, all INDs, you will see this refactor here, okay? And we can see a refactoring technique called extract method, okay? And there is a shortcut as well, and because we are hardcore developers, we are going to use the shortcut. So that's in IntelliJ at least, Control-Alt-M, and that's essentially the calculate performance amount, cost, essentially, not amount. Okay, so we have extracted that functionality from the print method, okay? But it's still in the statement printer. We can see, however, that this calculates the cost for a performance, so let's move it. But before we do that, let's write here what technique we used. And that's the extract method technique. And that's super useful. If you are going to take a couple of tips from this talk today, this should be one, the extract method, and the other should be the single responsibility. So we have extracted this functionality from the main method, and let's move it. So refactor, and there is a different refactoring technique here called convert to instance method. And essentially what this refactoring technique does is it moves code from a class where it does not belong to an actual object that should be responsible to handle that code. So let's convert to instance method. That calculates the cost for a performance. So let's move it to the performance. So move. We can see that statement printer does no longer have this method, and everything is moved in the performance. So let's save. Sorry, let's save. And let's run the tests again, just to see if we have broken anything. Okay, so nothing is broken. So we are going to commit here. Okay, so extracted or even whatever moved performance cost calculation to performance class. Okay, so commit. Continue. Commit. Okay, so we have done that automatic, let's say, refactoring. And let's take some notes, some more notes. The other note is that since we do have tests, we run them before we commit. So run tests to ensure that we have not broken anything. And the other thing is commit early and often. So we have made a small improvement. We can commit, okay, before we break something. So commit early and often. Okay. And the other technique that we have explored is move to instance method. Okay. So let's go back here. By the way, we can see that the IND hints us that there is a typo in this FRMT variable. This is essentially a number format, and we should actually rename it. Rename IntelliJ is Shift F6. Let's rename to number format. Okay. And that's very, very important because if we should avoid abbreviations in all cases. Okay, we should have explicit words describing what our classes are, what our fields are, what our variables are. Okay, that makes it much more clear to the reader of that code what each variable or what each method does, and it also it's much more easier for somebody who remembers that, I think I have seen this code somewhere in the code base. It's much more easier than to search for the word number format rather than FRMT, for example. Okay. And here, let's take another small note. Listen to your IND's suggestions. Okay. And another small thing that we have done is use your IND's automatic refactorings. Okay, because these are very, very safe. Okay, and you want, when you refactor something, you want your code to be in a state that can be compiled for as much time as possible. We hate seeing, build failures and the red code all over the place. So let's go safe, step by step, by using our IND. Okay. So let's go here. Okay, what is that performance? We can see that these two fields here are public. Okay. And that's again a very yellow to red flag as well. Why? Because of this. Okay. Because of this single responsibility principle. Nobody apart from the class that we are inspecting should be able to change its state. Okay. So the performance class should be the single responsible class to change its own state, not somebody else. So we definitely shouldn't have these fields here as public. So let's apply another refactoring technique. And that's then encapsulate fields. Okay. We should definitely avoid having public fields or setters that could change the state of our object from everywhere. So let's select both of these. Let's remove the setter and do a refactor and see if we have broken anything. Let's run the tests once again. Okay, so the tests pass. So we have not broken anything. So let's take a note here. Encapsulate field. And we have also forgotten the rename field or even method or even class. And we have touched another small thing here. We have said that each class should be responsible for its own state. And we have also touched the single responsibility principle. So here I want to throw something more. And I want to throw the immutability. An immutable object is an object that cannot be changed by somebody else, by a third party. Okay, we want our objects to be as immutable as possible. Okay, so let's take a note of this. Your objects should be as immutable as possible. So let's go back here and let's commit again. Encapsulated performance fields. So again, commit. Okay. Now, what can we do to proceed? I'm gonna stop here, refactoring, and I'm gonna discuss with you what are the options from now on, because we do have a limit in the available time for this talk. So what could be the next steps? We can see here that we have a switch statement, and it checks if the type is of string tragedy or comedy. And that's a bad thing as well, because we could have, spelling mistakes. We could have missed different genres of theatrical plays. So we should definitely replace these strings with an enumeration. Okay, so this type here, it should not be string. It should be an enumeration with a set number of values. Okay, much easier for us to handle. And then we can take that, a step further, and we could change, we could actually, let me introduce another concept here. We could actually use a design pattern called strategy. Okay. I'm gonna share this site with you as well to make different objects for each calculation that has to be done. This way we completely avoid this ugly switch statement that does calculations for everything. And we could have a calculator, for example, for the tragedy play, a calculator for comedy play, and so on. So let's go back to the slides then, now that we have took some notes. So let's go here. Just a revision. We have renamed fields. We have moved to instances. We have extracted methods. We have removed setters. We have encapsulated fields. And if you are using Java, you can even convert to records. And we have also discussed that we could replace an enumeration with polymorphism, having different objects that do different things rather than having a huge switch statement. And of course, replace strings with enumerations. And as we said, we can find all of our refactoring techniques in this catalog that I have shown here or up here. So all of the refactoring techniques can be found here or in this book, the refactoring book. That is awesome, okay? So let's go back here. Now, a few tips that we also discussed. We should use the IND automatic refactoring as much as possible. We should write tests and we should run them often. And if we run tests, we also ensure that our code is testable. And to ensure that our code is testable, we should structure it in a way that we minimize essentially dependencies with other objects. And we also introduce dependency inversion as well. Design patterns help us improve the design of our current code. Use shortcuts, use Alt-Enter in all of JetBrains editors, INDs. Commit early, commit often. It gives us power to refactor much more often. Again, we should listen to our R&D warnings and suggestions. Everything should be responsible for one thing, and we can make our object as immutable as possible. So then, how can we do next? Okay, we can practice refactoring. So if we see something that is a bit ugly, a bit buggy, or a bit difficult to understand, refactor it, okay? Refactor it. But ensure that you have tests, because without tests, you can break stuff, and we definitely don't want that. And we can also introduce the practice of having code reviews in our day-to-day flow. So when we push something, a fix or a bug, or sorry, a bug fix or a new feature, somebody can review that, okay? And if we do it this way, we are kind of encouraged to write a bit better code. And another person is having a look at it, so that other person is gonna offer some feedback to us. And that feedback loop is awesome for us to become much better on what we do, okay? And of course, we can master our craft. As I said, there are many beautiful resources on refactoring techniques, design patterns. There are courses in Udemy as well, and Pluralsight. And of course, Qubit Academy offers similar courses as well. So you can find that by, you can find that by entering this link down here, the bit.ly/rock_coder. And because it's, and because it's a Black Friday as well, the courses are 50% off. So feel free to have a look. So thank you, everybody. I would be very glad to hear your questions or comments. Michalis, Maria.
Hello. Hey, Andrea, thank you so much about this. We do have a few questions in the Slack channel. I'm going to start with the first one. Does the automatic refactoring of the IDE still work well when we're using complex design patterns?
Yes, they do. They don't care about the complex design patterns. The automatic refactorings are actually quite stupid. They do very simple, small stuff that help us improve our code. For example, the extract method, it's a simple refactoring technique. You just select the code, and the IND is clever enough to find what the dependencies for this code are, and it's gonna put them as arguments in the extracted method. So your code can be as structured as you like. It will find the small details, and the IDE will apply those refactoring techniques for you. So it's as safe as it gets.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you. Another question, actually we have quite a few. Should we add more types of testing in our commit workflow using pre-commit hooks?
Pre-commit hooks. Okay, I have covered essentially the unit testing or integration testing. I have barely touched it. We just ran that one test. So what you mean is, just for me to understand the question, is a pre-commit hook to run the test or something different? What kind of other test types? There are many different test types. We could have load tests, performance tests, and so on. We can run those different types of tests locally, or if we have CI/CD, the tool that we use can run those tests for us. And if you don't have CI/CD, please introduce that. It's an essential practice that helps our job, okay, and it prevents bugs again from going into production because it runs all CI/CD tools run our tests. So yeah, please introduce that as well.
Okay. I'm gonna only ask Michalis, who did ask this question. If you want more clarification, to ask again in the same channel where Andreas is.
I would be happy to answer.
Yeah. And we have. Oh, Michalis, you're here.
Just now. Thanks.
Do you want to add anything else on that question?
No, that was good. On the first question, I wanted to add. I've seen, for example, when we're using adapters and interfaces and layers. I don't know how these extracts would work with these automatic refactorings will work with. That's why I asked that question.
No, actually, they do work. The refactoring, they are very, very simple refactoring techniques. Of course, the automatic refactoring techniques are not intelligent enough to cover all of the possible redesign of the code that you want to do. So many of that lies up to you to restructure, let's say, your code. So the automatic refactorings do some things and they do them very well. But if you need something more advanced, it's up to the developer to do that carefully, essentially.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thanks, Andrea.
Thank you.
2 more questions. I think we do have the time to take them. What are the boundaries between refactoring and rewriting? And this is a question from Aristides, our previous speaker. And he says, I have experienced numerous use cases where the refactoring did not went well, needed a lot of time and many changes, and eventually turned to a rewrite. What's your experience?
Okay, yes, okay. So I perceive that question in 2 different ways. The one is that if we don't apply the automatic refactorings, it's up to the developer to refactor themselves something, and it's very tricky. Okay, it's very tricky. We can, especially if we don't have tests, it's almost guaranteed that we are going to break something. So we should avoid doing things by ourselves. We should use the power that lies in these tools first. As I said, as I demonstrated in the talk, we should do very small commits, okay, that ensure that our build is compilable at all states and we don't need to rewrite everything because we have broken some essential functionality. We can always revert back to a working state and test. The other thing, the other way I perceive this question is that as software is so, everything is tangled and it's very difficult to refactor. So it needs a rewrite. I'm not sure if that is the question. There are times that we might have to rewrite software and we should be able to do that piece by piece, and again, extremely carefully. So if we have a working product that's in production, for example, we cannot just discard the whole thing and rewrite it all over again because that's very costly for the company. So we should extract a small functionality, maybe create a small microservice that deals with that piece of code, and do that piece by piece, step by step, small steps, let's say, to rewrite the whole application.
Got it. And there is a second question from Aristides, which is, do you think that it is a good approach to ask a job applicant to refactor a code exercise in purpose? And are we going to extract useful conclusions about the skills of the applicant?
Well, in my interviews, I always ask applicants to write code in front of me and not on a whiteboard. That shows different kind of skills. It shows firstly how familiar are with their tooling, okay, and it shows the experience. So if they know where to find something, if they know the refactoring techniques, if they know the shortcuts, that means that they are experienced in writing and refactoring code. So that's a very good added point for me. I have asked from job applicants to refactor a piece of code. And again, that shows a large range of skills that they have gained during their experience. It shows that firstly, they know what they are doing. It also shows that they are well equipped with the practices and the skills they need to refactor effectively code, and that they have been working in a company or a project where code reviews were frequent and these feedback loops were frequent, so that they improved the way they write and refactor code. So,
Andrea, I'm making an assumption here just to check in if anybody else is doing this assumption. Are you referring to more experienced developers?
Yes, I'm referring to more experienced developers. That's correct. Because if somebody is straight out of the university, most of the times they are not familiar with this kind of concepts. Universities don't teach these kind of techniques or design patterns or architecture patterns. So yeah, it's mostly from people who have a couple of years of experience and above. Yeah.
I can see a couple of people starting to type, and I starting to type in the channel. So I do expect a couple of questions to pop up later. I'm gonna leave them there for you to reply on Slack when they post them. But other than that, I think this was a great talk. Thank you, Andrea, for joining us as a speaker. And this is a good time to go for a break. 10 minutes break, and before we go to the end of the event with our last talks. So thank you again.
Thank you so much, Maria and Hali. Thank you, guys. Cheers.
Hello. I hope everyone has recharged. You had your last coffee and tea for the day, maybe. I'd love to welcome Nicolas. Nick, hi.
Hi, everyone. Nice to be here.
I'm just gonna keep going on. Oh, Mike is gone. So Nicolas is an Android engineer for almost a decade, I think. And if I remember well, you have worked at Nokia Maps and at N26 Neobank in Berlin. And currently you're working for Kaya Health, digital healthcare startup. Is that right?
That's pretty much right. Yeah.
Okay. Well, welcome. Thank you for joining us. And
Well, thanks for the invitation.
I have a question for you.
Go for it.
How have you failed in any interviews in the past?
Me? Never, of course not. Why do
Never.
you ask?
I failed a lot of times, and I have another question. How often do you hear other people failing in interviews?
Well, let me first answer the first question honestly. Like, obviously, I've failed a lot in interviews, like in many different stages, actually. But that's a good thing, I would say. It means that like we learn some things, and this is also what I'm going to try to show here in my talk. And to answer the second question, yeah, I don't want to be this Schadenfreude, as they say in German, that I'm happy with other people's failures, let's say. But knowing that other people are humans and that they have some strengths and some weaknesses as well, you kind of like say, okay, I can still do this, you know? So yes, we all fail. Like I've seen also many very talented people like not do their best, let's say in some interview processes, but that's part of life, and probably for the better. If you or like the company didn't have a good feeling, then maybe it's for the best that it didn't work out.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I know we've discussed this a little bit between us as well, like outside of the premises of the DevFest, how we both have been interviewing as candidates in the past, and we both have been interviewing others as the employer who's hiring. So, well, with no further ado, this talk is about demystifying the behavioral interview for engineers, I think, specifically. And you're going to share one trick for the coding interview as well. So over to you, Nicolas. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. And, you know, I'm looking forward to your own comments after this, because you're definitely on like the other side of the fence, more or less, on what I want to talk about now. So thanks again. Let me see if I can share my screen. So you should all be able to see my screen now. So again, a little bit of a quick intro about myself. My name is Nicolas Ioannou. I am originally from Cyprus, but I've been living in Germany for the last 9 years. And for the better part of those 9 years, I am an Android engineer. I started my career in Nokia at Here Technologies, which is their map and automotive part, or it used to be. Now it's no longer part of Nokia. Working on some interesting projects direct to consumers, but also with other companies that wanted some different solutions. Then I moved to the fintech space and worked with N26. Lots of great experience there, lots of talent, and where I got most of my experience also as being an interviewer. And my last stop was with Kaya Health in the health tech space. Today, I want to share my experiences in terms of what for the aspects of the culture of fit in the software engineering interview process. I want to share what I've learned, some of the aspects that I find important, but also how to see like some strategies where you can improve and even make the interview work better a little bit for you. So the agenda for today is we're going to quickly go over just a simple question: why care? Why should you care? Why does the company care? And have like this process for figuring out The cultural fit, why not just hire the best coder and be done with it? Then I'm going to go over some steps on how we can better prepare before you start your rounds of interviews, or specifically before each company. Then we're going to just take a bit of a deep dive into the actual questions themselves that I've seen in my career, or also that I've been asked. And then we're going to wind it down by looking at some things that I call tricks of the trade, some of the strategies on how the interview can feel less like an interview, or how you can extract useful information out of it. And the last part, as we mentioned a little bit before, we're going to check a little bit what goes on during the coding interview, and how you might be able to use that to show some of the skills, or just to be mindful if someone else is testing for something different. Now, I start this presentation by declaring my personal belief and my view about interviews. They are, and they definitely should be, win-win scenarios. So as an interviewee, you really want to give your best. You want to show the team who you are, how you will work well with them, and you want to kind of like the hiring manager to give the okay so that you move on to the next rounds and get an offer. Obviously, it's important to get back as much as you try to give. For example, what would mean a success scenario for you and also the company, right? Because if any of these things you don't feel any particular affection towards, then maybe there's a problem. So you want to show, for example, to your hiring manager that you are a trustworthy person. But don't you also want to know that they are trustworthy, that they will have your back if need be? You're telling them that, okay, I am invested in your company and in the goals and the mission, but it would be good to know that they are doing the same, or that they will kind of like, you will have a common trajectory going together. So that said, I hope that already we can start to see that the interviewer is not there, is not out there to get us. It's there because they want to check the things that maybe they're not clear from previous calls or from what they can see in the code, and they want to make sure that when they bring you on board, it's going to be fine. And they also want to make sure that when you come on board, you will be okay and you will stay there for the long time, you will thrive and help the team achieve their goals. So please keep that always in mind, because that's how I approach kind of like when I ask the questions, both as an interviewer and an interviewee. So let's go over why we should care about this whole thing, and why don't we just skip it, or why we pay so much attention. So the main idea is that we want to build a winning team, both from the perspective of the company or the hiring manager, but also from your perspective. Like, if you're going for a job, you're not going there to lose, or ideally also you don't just say, I'm here for the money and I don't care about anything else. It's perfectly acceptable, but in most cases, we want to have that drive that makes us happy to wake up and work. And these are the things that the behavioral aspect of the interview is trying to unmask. Will you be working well together with the team? Will you help other engineers grow? Are you a good coach? Do you show empathy? Can you read the room and figure out like when you can ask for something, or when it's time to just take a step back, either if you're a manager or not, and basically think about the human aspects. Could happen to any one of us that we're having a bad day maybe. So figuring out these elements might be key in building a team that works together and achieves goals. Purely now from the hiring manager's perspective, from the company's perspective, it's a big investment to hire as a full-time engineer. It's not like you have like a contractor that you sign a short-term agreement. A full-time employee is a way bigger investment. You need to make sure that they're going to stay there for the long run, because it takes a lot of time to go through the interviews, hire many people, like interview so many people, figure out which one is the best fit, make offers, make negotiations. This takes time, all the while the team projects are moving forward and the deadlines are coming closer. So it's important to get someone that can contribute well to the team as fast as possible, and not decide to quit the next day because, I don't know, the cultural fit is not going well, and then you have to start the process all over again. You want to make sure that the existing team members are fine with who is joining in the team. So they might also like have a more interest in being like having a bit more scrutiny to any of the new candidates, to make sure that, okay, if we're going to be seeing this person like 8 hours a day, I want to make sure that we can do great things together. Therefore, there is a big investment also in making sure that we get the right person on board from the company's perspective. The other aspect is that it's a little bit more standardized now, the way that we do the interviews in terms of the coding part. There are tools like HackerRank or LeetCode that can do the first round, let's say, to see who might get in or not. Then you can have a call to just ask the basic questions, and it's either kind of like you know them or not. For example, the famous solid principles. You can ask for an assignment, you check the code, you see if the tests fail, and if something is kind of like red or a yellow flag, maybe you don't proceed with that candidate. But then how can you figure out if someone is a good fit? You know, you need to talk to them, you need to get to know them, you need to quote unquote run them through some sample scenarios that maybe the team has experienced or you'd like them to help you with. So this is the biggest kind of like reason why there might be a separate section for this or separate studies for this, or even it's embedded in different other parts of the interview. Also, in my personal experience, sometimes when we were not sure if we wanted to, if we were between two candidates, we might go for the candidate that was maybe not as strong in the technical skills aspect, but they had a very, very good behavior and cultural fit. We would say, okay, for us, we feel that it's harder to change like the behavior of that person, even if they're very, very, very good technically. We don't know how they will fit well in the team, how they will play well with others. But the person that fits well together, we have the engineers that can teach them anything they need and even beyond. And we see the potential, even if they didn't show us everything like that was well polished and perfect in the technical aspect. We think that we can help them upscale their technological skills. So this is one more thing to remember, why it's good to kind of like prepare also for the interviews in a more well-rounded manner and show everything that you have, not just like focusing on the code, but thinking about what else can I bring to the game. All right, how do you prepare for all of this? How do you know what's good and what's bad, like what you can say and what you cannot say? I would start by doing an honest effort to getting to know yourself. The behavioral part of the interview is examining this, like who you are as a person. It's not about what skills have you showed in the coding assignment or how fast you can refactor something. It's about who you are as a person. It's about how you react to various situations and et cetera, et cetera. So everything that you can do to know yourself better and be honest with yourself is ideal. If you already have some work experience, getting like good feedback from your colleagues and your mentors is my highly recommended way of going about this, especially if you don't want to tie something to a performance review or something like this. Then hopefully you get just the feedback for yourself on how to improve, and you keep asking it over and over again to see your progress if you're getting better. It's important also to align yourself with this, like you do your own introspections to figure out, I think that I'm good at that. I think I could improve in this aspect. And then check also how you reacted maybe in some situations, whether you get this feedback from someone or you can give it to yourself. It's very important. And these kind of things are basically the main ones that are going to come up in the interview. We're going to see this a little bit later again in the slides, but please trust me and ask for feedback from your close people. If you're not in a work environment, like, you can ask feedback from your professors at school. If you're part of any sports team, any clubs, anyone really, like your family, your friends, everything can be very helpful for you to improve. I know that this sounds very, very tough to do, to basically put yourself out there and keep asking for people to, in a way, show you like your negative points so that you can improve them, but it's really not like this. You're kind of like showing to someone that you value their opinion so much that you want them to give you an honest feedback. And a lot of the times, this feedback is positive. Like, people are going to start telling you, I like that you do this. You helped me this other time with this and that topic. You were very clear, but maybe this time around you can do X, Y differently, and so on and so forth. In my experience, it worked very well. So this is what I am giving to you. I know that it's scary, but I really think that if you do it 1 or 2 times with people that you feel confident that are going to be honest with you and open, then you get into the habit of doing it more often. This might kind of like go without saying, so I won't spend so much time. The more you practice, the better you get. I would say if you have the chance of doing even mock interviews, it's a good preparation. Read online, have interviews, obviously, with companies when you're looking for a job, and maybe also be a little bit smart in terms of how you prioritize these jobs. Like, if there are companies that you wouldn't feel so bad if you got a rejection, then maybe start with them so that you get a little bit the necessary practice. And then you're going to be like more experienced when you want to hit your big goals. Another interesting aspect is, if you can interview people, please go ahead and do that. It gives you a completely different approach. It gives you completely different fears, and makes you kind of like more empathetic, and also gives you more confidence when you are back in the seat of the interviewee. Another part is doing homework pays off. So if you're really interested in a specific company, then check them out, figure out what they do, what their products are, familiarize yourself with their engineering resources, watch some of the presentations, talk to them in conferences if you see them, because these things might come up. Like, there are companies that could ask you, how did you know about us, or why here and not there? So it's important to go prepared. All right, so I hope that I gave a good idea of the background of why we want to do this, and kind of like getting already everyone into the mental space of, I'm ready, I know about myself, let's do this now. I'm gonna go over some sample questions and what I think the answers should be. Starting with some basic ones, is like a pretty standard question, but still it's asked, especially in the behavioral interview part. How do you keep up with your field? So it's good to know, like, to read books, follow podcasts. If you're on Twitter, follow like the important people in your field, conferences, newsletters, pretty standard things, but still need to kind of on this, not only that you know the names of the publications, but also follow up, because especially if you have a technical hiring manager, they might ask you like a little bit more details to deep dive. Another one of the more standard questions is you're going to be asked maybe, why do you want to change the position? Like, why do you want to leave your current role? Why do you want to come work with us? Here, honesty is key, and trying to blame your previous company or your team or anyone else for your situation will not help. It's actually a red flag. But you can just like figure out, like, talk to the interviewer and just tell them what's missing in your current environment. It can just be that you're not growing, you want a promotion, you feel you deserve it, but there are no openings in the company because everyone's already a senior, not enough recognition in terms of like salary or your manager. And then you can check what this job is offering you and then say, you know, I like that you're full remote. It gives me very great flexibility. I love the product, etc., etc. This, please practice this question a lot, because it helps also with the initial call with the HR, but also with the hiring manager. You need to, it's best to give a good impression. Another couple of standard questions. What are your biggest strengths as engineers? Also, what are your biggest weaknesses as engineers? I think they kind of like go together. And they are essentially asking us to do introspection and to check with other people, to get feedback, and have like a more holistic mindset. So why do you call this a weakness? Why do you call this a strength? What's going to benefit me, the hiring manager, the team? Oh, like my strength is that I have good communication skills, and I can be the bridge between customers, designers, and engineers. So we got the requirement right from the first go, and we ship valuable value to our users very fast. You need to kind of like understand a little bit what the company is looking for, what is success for the team, and then you can cater your answer accordingly. But it's good to not be too humble or too brag so much. Just be pragmatic and show that for your strengths, you're working on them and you know how it helps other people. For your weaknesses, you acknowledge them, you try to get better, you know kind of like how it impacts other people around you, but you are on the lookout for like learning all the time. Similarly, you might not be asked directly about your strengths, but you might be asked to describe your achievements. This is along the same lines as the other talk, as the other question, sorry. But it's mostly trying to figure out how your analytical skills maybe blend together with the business skills. Like, why is this an achievement? Just because it made you happy, or because you enabled, like, you fixed the bug for 10 million users, or you saved the company X amount of money, and all of these things. It's what we're trying to get here. This is also similar. You need to understand your mistakes. You need to show that you are getting feedback on them and that you are going to fix them and avoid basically these situations in the future. These ones are, I'm going a little bit more in the tricky question category. So this is a sample, like, what's your approach to quality? It might mean many things. It might mean what's your quality, like it might be that your interviewer is expecting you to ask the question, well, what do you mean quality? Like quality in my code, or quality in the product we deliver, or in our processes. So you can go on many ways here. The important thing to remember is, if something is not clear, just ask. If you think there's like more ways to go, maybe try to go through all of them. And also be prepared that it might be something a little bit more tricky, like, why are you asking me about quality? Am I expected to do manual testing? You can flip the question around, right? Like, why do we have, what are the automation standards that we have? How can I contribute? Another tricky question is this, why should we sort of questions. I get a lot like, why should we use Agile, or how did you use Agile in your previous role? And then I like to be a little bit sneaky here and say, well, who says we should use Agile? And it's one of the things I want to mention later, like try to challenge and maybe make the interview a bit more of a discussion. So you can ask back, well, should we really use this framework or the technology? What's the benefit? Are we challenging this? So, okay, if this is what we have to do, we have to use it. I would do this and that. Or if you don't know enough, try to make a guesstimate based on what you know or what the interviewer is going to give you. Now we're getting into the more meaty part, like the actual behavioral questions. Describe a situation when you disagreed with your team. It's another fairly one that comes quite often. And basically, it happens all the time, right? Nobody can say, no, I never disagree with my team. Then you're going to give an impression of like, well, do you not listen, or do you not have your own opinion, or what's going on? So there are always disagreements and conflicts and ways to give or get feedback. And this series of questions, they want to basically ask you how you're handling this, if you're being cordial, if you can detach yourself from emotions in the situation and be objective, and even figure out ways how to de-escalate the situation and move forward together with the team. In a way, disagree maybe, but still commit and move forward. This is also along the same lines about the feedback. Basically, it's about whether you can give or receive feedback, which is crucial for the hiring manager. They want to know that they can give you some feedback and you're going to take it well, and maybe even incorporate it and get better. The last parts of these questions I can skim over and then share the slides with everyone just to make sure that I catch the other parts. But briefly, it's about times that you did more than you should and why, and how you present this about yourself. How you work during crunch time, like how do you work under pressure, essentially, and how you help others kind of like be focused on what needs to be done. To try and close this presentation up, I'm going to talk about some of like my approaches. I reiterate here that I think that the interview should be win-win situations, and it's not always us trying to prove to someone else like who we are. I think it's very important to take important notes during your interviews. On the one hand, you can keep it for your own archive. And on the other hand, it gives you valuable time. And also, as you write the question down, your mind is processing it and normalizing it a little bit better. You get a few extra seconds to answer the questions with more clarity. Keep in mind also that your interviewers are probably taking notes, so it's okay for you to do the same. What I find particularly nice is that sometimes you write down important information that then you can use to formulate questions back to your interviewers to get more information, or to just get clarity, or to give them a good impression that you paid attention to what they said and you want to follow up because you're interested. As I mentioned above, trying to find ways of making it less of a question and answer thing, but more of a discussion that you both feel comfortable, it would be ideal, because there's also no stress on your side. And you show the interviewers that, okay, I'm already confident, I like you as people, we hit it off, probably we're going to go work well together. If something you don't know, then try and steer the discussion again to something that maybe you do know. Don't just say, oh, I never experienced this situation. You can instead say, not this situation, but something similar, this and this, would you like me to follow up on that? If not, the interviewers can find another way to steer you back. And it's always okay to ask them to repeat a question if something you didn't understand correctly, basically. During the interview, especially the behavioral part, I find it important to be genuinely curious. Listen to what they are saying. These are probably the people that you're going to be working with, so they can give you good insights on who they are, what the company stands for, if you meet eye to eye, if the values are the same, if they are happy in their job, if they will help you be happy and productive at your job. And then from here, you can also get a lot of good questions that you can ask them. A very kind of like sometimes sneaky thing that I do, and we can also talk about it in the next slide, is that on the one hand, I'm very well prepared of what I would like to ask from my interviewers, and I ask for my 10 minutes, let's say, of Q&A. But also I'm writing down some of the questions that I liked from them, and I returned it back to them. Like if they ask me, what was your biggest achievement? Then I'm going to ask them, for example, what was your biggest achievement in this company so far? What makes you proud to work here? Do you have these moments, or is it going to be like boring work expecting me if I accept your offer? These kind of things. It's these things that you gain also from experience, but don't be afraid to shoot back kind of like these questions to your interviewers, and also use the moment to get to extract the information that you might want to have from the company itself. What is the structure? Are there only seniors? Are you expected to mentor juniors? How do you measure your impact? How does it go with promotions and salaries? Very, very valid questions, and these are the best parts to ask. Running a little bit over time, but this is my last point, very, very quick. So I focused until now mainly on the idea of the behavioral interview as a dedicated part, but during the interview process itself, like the coding part, it's something to be mindful that you might be challenged on different aspects. And it's also good to be mindful that besides your coding skills, what else can you show? Can I show my task breakdown skills, my communication skills, how I approach code reviews and everything? It might be that interviewers are pressing a point maybe a little bit more insistently. Don't think bad of it. Think that, oh, maybe they're trying to test me in some things. Maybe they're trying to test my reaction. Maybe they're trying to test how I react if I'm not sure about something, or if they think I'm right or wrong, and they're doing me like a test. So this was kind of like something that we did from time to time, just to figure out how that person might react in a situation of proper disagreement. But it didn't necessarily happen during the behavioral interview, but it happened during the review of a code challenge. So that's basically it from me. I know it was quite a lot, and I hope that you're still with me. I'm happy to answer any questions you have, whether you want to ask them here or in the chat, or if you have them later online, feel free to reach out to me, and I'm happy to share more experience with you.
Nicola, thank you. Thank you so much. This was indeed very interesting. There are a couple of questions already. I was making some notes of a few things that you said that stood out to me. And I do notice it a lot as well as an interviewer. The first one was, when they ask a question and it's not clear, you can take different directions. You said, let's clarify. You should ask to clarify which direction the interviewer wants to take. And I think that's key. I've been in a position before as a candidate where I answered in one direction and the interviewer wanted a different direction. And the interview didn't go that well because we both failed to clarify our assumptions. And that's on both the candidate and the interviewer. That
happened to me a few times already. Sorry to interrupt. In that moment, like, I'm just being genuine, and I say, oh, I just realized that there is this aspect and that aspect. I'm not sure. Did I cover you? Should we move on, or should I try to go back to the other ones? Like, it's perfectly valid, you know, like, and people know that the interviewee is under stress. So it's also up to them to say, yeah, sure, you know, let's go with it.
Yeah, exactly. And another thing you said, and I also found key from candidates, is to say, I don't know about X, but I can give you more information about Y, which is similar. Do you want me to follow up on that? Like, do you want me to go into that direction? And just giving that option to the interviewer to say yes or no. That also shows a lot of empathy, let's say, or grounding from the candidate to just keep an eye on, am I still aligned with the interviewer? Am I still in sync with them, what they want to hear?
Mm-hmm. And it's some things that come up, you know, all the time at work. So I'm an Android engineer, but I don't know the platform inside out, right? You ask me a question, hey, what do you think about this? Someone is asking right now. I'm like, I don't know, but I know this, maybe I can put 1 and 2 together, give you an answer, best estimate. It happens also in work life, in work scenarios. Yeah.
So we have 2 questions. I'm going to ask the first one. What was the most interesting question you received from a candidate as an interviewer?
Well, I was being the interviewer.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good one. I mean, we got a lot of the funny ones about, do you give free snacks or free food, or what do you do with all the free beer? Can you ever code? While I was working at N26, because it had this startup culture. But I have to say the most interesting one was one that combined technical and also product aspects. So they asked us, how is your code base structured, and how do you plan on releasing in other countries? Because I see that you're expanding a lot. So how do you manage that with the team that you have and the different offices that you have? They put everything together, everything together. So yeah, for us, it's like, okay, it was very, very challenging because we liked the candidate, and it was like he put us on the spot, right?
Yeah.
So we had to be very good technically, explain the architecture of the app in like high level in a few sentences, explain how we work remotely with different people in different offices and different time zones, and then show good understanding of the product and the company strategy. Everything was together. So that one blew my mind.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that happening. Another question. This is a bit a long one. Somebody says, another sample question would be, what is your expected salary for this position? And I would like to ask, this person says, the participant, I would like to ask how ethical it is for the interviewer to ask this kind of question, since both sides want more for less, and many times the role and the responsibilities are still not clear before an interview.
Yeah, typically this question doesn't come up during the behavioral part of the interview. How it goes, like especially for larger companies, like how it goes is that you have a budget. The recruiter maybe tries to make sure that you're on the budget, but as like on the low end as possible. But my answers, like in any case, would be, I would say how much I'm earning right now, maybe a little bit more, depending on if I want to just mention base salary or basically bump it up a little bit, because depending on the market that you are, you should also know the brackets, right? There are websites that have this information. So it's good to kind of like know where you are. If you're roughly speaking in the junior, mid, or senior bracket, then know what your strengths and your weaknesses are. Try to position yourself there. If the company that is approaching you is catering more to your strengths, then feel free to push it up a little bit, because you have confidence you're going to go well in the interview. I try not to give a price from the very beginning, because I tell them, okay, this is maybe how much I'm making now. Obviously, it has to be at least this. So I always give my lower limit, even if it's higher than maybe what I'm making at the moment. And then I make sure to mention that I am all up for fairness and equal treatment on all aspects. So like now making this not only for like the money aspect, but feeling safe and included in everything. But I make it clear that if I am doing the same job as someone else, but I'm rewarded less, and if someone is getting less money for doing more work than me when we are in the same position, is that fair? And do you think that both of these people will continue to work in the company, or they're going to look for something different? So I try to say this, that, okay, you like companies unfortunately don't offer salaries or even the bands, especially in the beginning, but I'm giving them my honest opinion that I want this for the long run. Salary is important. So if we don't get it right from the beginning, like it might be an issue in the future. Also because, so let's say you're getting 20,000 euros less than your colleague. If you both get a 5% increase or 10% increase that year, right, it's going to be a huge difference. So obviously these things matter. And I think it's very important to be open about them. We don't have to close any doors, just give opinions and what we would like to see as a culture.
That's a good answer. If anybody wants to follow up on these questions about salary negotiation, what do you ask, what not to ask, do post them in the channel, and Nicolas will be around to answer. I can share my opinions as well in there. And we have two more questions. One is how can we ask politely and get feedback after a failed interview?
It's easy. I would say hopefully they get back to you, right? But you can say, I really enjoyed the interview, especially if you have the names written down of your interviewers. You can say explicitly their names and the sections. I really like this and this. I would love it if I can get some feedback from you to improve. And then hopefully the next time that I apply for an opening with your company, because typically 3 to 6 months is a period that you can wait until you apply again for another position, I will improve and be better. Like, just be honest why you're asking it. You can give back to the company that I will reapply to you and you get this benefit. And yeah, don't be afraid to ask.
Thank you. And one more, is doing humor a good idea? I know humor can be subjective, and let's assume something like mild self-sarcasm and not anything offensive in any way. So I think, Antonis is asking if it's not offensive, but is mild self-sarcasm, is it okay to do this kind of humor jokes in the interview?
It really depends. It really depends. We probably have to have a few examples between us before I can answer like what I think. But self-sarcasm is not bad as long as it doesn't hurt your goals. You don't want to make a lot of jokes about yourself all the time, because the point is that you're trying to sell yourself correctly. So it's fine to make like a witty joke, right, that may or may not be about any sort of weakness that you have. But if you keep making yourself look bad, I don't think it's to your best benefit. So I would say be careful with like sarcasm. Yes, it's good to have. Like, I don't know, if you're applying for a native Android position, go ahead, make fun of Flutter all you like. That's acceptable. Not saying that that's what I'm doing, but don't make jokes about yourself all the time, because the manager might start thinking, well, is this something okay? Like, this person doesn't seem confident, maybe they don't know what they're talking about. I need someone who's there, especially for like a senior position. You need to kind of like appear to be ready to make decisions and have like this self-knowledge for yourself. So I would try to limit it, but of course, like witty jokes, I think are always good to make the environment a little bit happier one.
Especially at the very beginning, I find like just throwing one joke at the very beginning, mild one, not not putting ideas in your interviewers' minds that you may be very bad at X, Y, Z. Then yeah. I think we're past our time. So Nicola, thank you so much. Please do stay around in the channel if anybody wants to ask anything else. And yeah, we'll see you later.
Well, thanks everyone for having me. Thanks for your time. Sorry for going a little bit overboard. I'm around and fire your questions away or figure it out like from where we can reach out on social media, etc., etc. Happy to answer.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right.
So I think we have no break at the moment. We're going straight to our last talk for the day. About this talk, I'm quite excited. The next speaker is called Marily Nika. Oof, the lights went off in the office. There you go. Marily, okay, a bit of a personal information here. I've met Marily many years ago in London when she was working at Google, and I was in a startup, I don't remember, and yeah, we were both going to meetups for women in technology. I don't remember the details now, but I remember we've met back then, and I thought, whoa, this lady, this person she's really, really good and really smart, and she's gonna do great things. And many years later, I can see her what she's doing, and Now she moved from Google to Meta in San Francisco, where she currently lives. Now she is a product leader at Meta. And this talk is going to be a recording. Because of the time difference, we couldn't have Marilee with us awake. Possibly now she's going to be, well, definitely she's still sleeping. But we didn't want to miss the opportunity to have her with us. And that's why we've asked her if she could record the talk for us. And as well, because she has received a lot of questions around her talking around the topic she's going to talk about. She knows the questions that people usually ask her, so we've asked her also to answer some of the most common questions that she gets. So this talk is about do I have the title somewhere? I missed it. How you transition from data science to a product role. The yays and the nays of this transition. And yeah, let's go ahead and listen to what she has to say.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting me to give a talk at DevFest. Unfortunately, I cannot be there because I'm based in San Francisco, but I'm so grateful I was given the opportunity to record this video for you. So today I have a topic that I find very, very interesting because I am very technical. I did a PhD in machine learning. I was a data scientist for a while, yet I am now an AI product manager, and I've been doing this for the past 10 years. So I very, very often get the question, well, how did you do this? Why did you do this? What are the differences? And what would you recommend to someone that's now starting off their career? So with that said, I have prepared a little presentation for you, and I'm excited to walk you through my thinking as I decided to make this pivot. All right, so first off, a couple of things about me. I did a PhD in computing science at Imperial College in London, and before that, I did a computing science master's and a finance master's. So I started off on the business side and economics, and then I pivoted to computer science because this is what I've always wanted to do. I have worked for Google for 9 years in London and in the Bay Area. I'm now based in San Francisco. And then I recently pivoted to Meta. So I'm now an AI product lead working for the AR/VR world for the team that used to be Oculus. So I focus on avatars. I don't know if you've used any headsets, any VR headsets, and you can actually see yourselves, or if you have created an avatar in one of the Facebook family apps and so on, but this is my team. At the same time, I teach product management. I teach it in many places. I teach it at Harvard. I teach it on my own. I have there's a platform that offers courses for people. So I'm going to send the link in case there's anyone interested in learning more about AI product management. But in the meantime, if there's anyone interested, please reach out to me. I'm on Instagram, I'm on LinkedIn. I post a lot about product management. So if you want to learn more, please follow me. I have a lot of content that I want to get out there. All right. So to kick things off, I want to discuss a bit the difference between an employee and an entrepreneur. A lot of people that are technical, when they leave academia or school, sometimes they start their own thing, like I did. I did it in the past. And for those that don't know, an entrepreneur is someone that creates a new business, okay? They innovate, they pioneer, they have a lot of new ideas for a service or like an Uber for X and so on. Whereas an employee is hired for a specific scope in a specific role in order to maybe pioneer sometimes, right? And create something with the imagination they have for their team to value, challenge, and generate momentum, so to drive something, or to be a guardian and value stability and order. So more like people that are program managers, technical program managers, and so on. But what I want to tell you is that one does not exclude the other, okay? People, I used to be that, think that you can either be an employee owner or an entrepreneur. But this is not the case, okay? If you think outside of the box and you forget about this, where it's like, oh, I'm in corporate, I'll just keep doing what other people tell me, or if I'm in a startup, I'll have to struggle, then you will realize that being a product manager is the best of all these worlds, okay? A product manager is an entrepreneur that comes up with ideas and brings teams together in order to to execute on the mission and the vision that we have. And it's fantastic, especially in a big company that has the resources. You have a steady, great wage. You get a lot of exposure. You learn something, and then the next day you get millions of users using it, right? It's super, super cool. So what I want to start my presentation with is to say, look, you can be an employee and an entrepreneur, okay? And if you still are an employee and you want to launch your own thing, you can kind of do it on the side as you're working on the big company and have your big salary. You can take a sabbatical if you want. Some companies like Google, and this is what I did, allow you to create your own thing and get a special permission if, of course, there's no conflict of interest with what the company is doing. And you can start your startup within there, which is awesome. If you're an entrepreneur, of course, you can do your own thing and at the same time study for these interviews in order to get into a big tech company, because it's not easy, right? It needs a lot of preparation. Eventually, you can get acquired. But guess what? If you get acquired and you're the CEO of a company, if you join a big tech company with acquisition, your title will be product manager. So a product manager is kind of the CEO of whatever it is you're doing within the big tech company. And this is what attracted me to it. I was a data scientist and I was like, you know what? Data science is interesting, but I want to be more communicative. I have a lot of ideas. I want to present more. I want to meet more people instead of, putting my headsets on and just type. So it made more sense for me. And I will tell you how I pivoted. But before I do that, I do want to tell you about, the official definition of what a PM does so that people can understand, because a lot of people don't know, like I didn't know in the past. So I'm going to start with a silly video from a movie called Office Space that I think kind of touches on this.
You take the specifications from the customers and you bring them down to the software engineers. Yes, that's right. Well, then I just have to ask, why couldn't the customers just take them directly to the software people, huh? Well, I'll tell you why. Because engineers are not good at dealing with customers. So you physically take the specs from the customer? Well, no, my secretary does that, or the fax. So then you must physically bring them to the software people. Well, no. Yeah, I mean, sometimes. What would you say you do here?
All right, so this is interesting because a lot of people don't know what PMs do, but that's exactly what they do. They connect the users. They advocate for what the users need internally. So here's the definition I created that I really like. So a PM helps their team and their company to build and ship the right product. This means, if you break it down a bit, that you come up with ideas and a plan and a roadmap that will solve some pain points your user personas have in the right ways. So you leverage technology in order to do that. Now, because I am in AI, it's even more exciting because you can leverage smart models and train certain models to perform some action, like recognizing photos and like taking a photo of something someone wears, and then the app is going to tell you, oh, these shoes are from ASOS, and then you can immediately go there and purchase them. So you can come up with smart little applets like this that can solve user problems that are super, super amazing. So how did I break into product manager and why? So the why, I think we answered it. It's super cool. It's very communicative. You come up with ideas. You're kind of, it gets quite a lot of exposure, right? You're the lead of the project. But now, if things go well, you give the credit to the team. It's kind of like an orchestra where people play music and you're like, okay, here's who you should thank. But if things go wrong, you take the blame. So it's very high visibility, but high risk role as well. I have this graph here which shows that the PM sits between business user experience and engineering. So when I was working at Google and at Meta and so on, at Meta I was a data scientist. When I was doing my PhD, I realized, okay, I'm learning a lot and this is great, but I have ideas and I do want to have something that's more communicative. Is that a word? I think it is. So when I joined Google, someone told me that there was an internal PM rotation program. So I found a team that was interested, and they said, look, you're not a PM, but come work as a PM for a year, okay? And if you like this, because of course, maybe I wouldn't like it. So if you like this, you can go through interviews and switch, convert internally. So that's what I did. Some other people finish an Eng degree and then become PMs directly. Some other people are entrepreneurs and they exit their startup and they get acquired and they become PMs. Some other people are entrepreneurs that it doesn't work out. They become PMs at a company. So there are different ways. There are fantastic rotation schemes. Meta has it, Google has it, Lyft has it, LinkedIn has it. There are more and more companies that introduce this kind of concept of rotation. So there are ways to do this. And of course, if you need help, I'm happy to help you and answer any questions on how you can do this. One more thing I have to say is that you kind of wear a lot of hats as a PM. So you can be a research scientist and a program manager and technologist and an analyst. Sometimes you're a janitor when things break. Okay, so you're kind of picking up, cleaning up the mess. So that's very, very often something that happens. So here I've created a little checklist for breaking into product. And it's interesting, I gave a talk about this and it became the best talk of 2020 because a lot of people found it useful. So I hope you find it useful. But if you're really interested, here's kind of the framework I have in my mind. So before applying, just read and understand what a PM does and if it's for you. Make sure to have some experience building things. I'm sure you're all technical, so you have some prototypes or a portfolio you can show. It's important to be able to tell stories, right? It's important to be able to explain technical and complicated concepts to someone that's not tech savvy and doesn't really understand these things. It's a skill you need to have. It's called storytelling. You can develop it, right? It's something you can develop. So if you don't have it, don't worry at all about it. After that, you need to apply. So when you apply, you need to make sure your LinkedIn is awesome. Fill it up with information. Make sure you have entered all the information about you and about, past projects and so on. I do have my own, my LinkedIn. So please feel free to chat on LinkedIn. I'm happy to help, as I said, and also use it as an example because I have spent a lot of time making sure that it looks good and that it's solid. All right, there it is. Let me show it to you if it works. Okay. There we go. So you see, that's my LinkedIn, right? Obviously, you have a photo and then cover, but then there's something cool called open to work, and you click here, and you can tell recruiters you're open to work. And I have things like lecturer or director or CPO and so on, where I would like to work, and it's great because people just reach out to you. And then I have see, for anything I'm doing, I have my links listed for anything I've launched. There, I have a course on LinkedIn. I have all this. I have a TEDx talk. I have certifications. So these things are just from Coursera. You can just go there and get certified from MIT on AI if you want a technical aspect. I got the certification from storytelling, so I learned a lot. By the way, I have my course here. I am gonna send you. I am gonna give you the link. So it's if you look it up, it's Breaking into Product Management in 2 weeks. And I have a promo code specifically for this group if you're interested. It starts in December 5th. So if you're interested, I'd be happy to walk you through it. Anyway, make sure your online resume is awesome. Make sure your offline resume is awesome as well. Tell your friends and your colleagues that you're available and you're interested in becoming a PM. It's so much easier to become a PM if someone refers you other than you just applying to jobs. Your resume needs to have a lot of information around creating and ideas and user-focused things. Don't add stuff around execution and program management and project management, because then you're dead. Like, there's no chance. So I'm happy to help. Make sure the vision and the passion comes through. Apply a lot to a lot of roles that you're interested in. And then when the time comes for interviews, you need to take it seriously. You need a good 2-3 months to study. So make sure to understand all the steps of the interview process. Make sure to tell the recruiter, hey, help me out here. Who am I talking to? What are the themes? What is the level? What do they ask? Give me examples. do mock interviews with other people. So there are people like me, we offer mock interview services. We can just sit down with you and do a mock. And I think that's been really helpful in the past. Get prepared to fail, okay? It's a thing. Everyone fails in the beginning of the interviews. Having interviews begins at the quality of your interviews is going to be really bad. And then eventually you'll get it. And then boom, it's exponential. You become awesome at it. So just hang in there. And then last but not least, just adopt the PM mindset. So you need to always think like a PM and challenge the status quo. Go to Starbucks and be like, why does the app look like this? Why do I purchase something and I can't change this little toggle in the app? Like specifically, what is it that you don't like? Empathize with the users, be creative, advocate, inspire people, and be very analytical, right? So have an analytical mindset and measure success all the time. I think this slide is interesting because it kind of shows my experience when I was a PM versus when I was a data scientist. So as a PM, you need a data-driven mindset, okay? You can't just get out there and talk about the gut feeling for creating something, but you need to have some conviction about the market and that something that you want to build, it's good time, there's enough money for it, and so on. But if you're a data scientist, you need to have detail in the numbers, okay? Detail matters, deep dives. As a PM, you kind of round things up and like massage them a bit. As a data scientist, no. It's key to get the quality right, so deep dive. So if you have attention to detail, data science is more for you. As a PM, you communicate all the time. You communicate with technical people and then with non-technical people and then with lawyers. So you kind of change your style at all times. Data science, it's more project-based. So you more likely talk to other data scientists. So it's more project-based, it's more detailed, it's more focused. As a PM, you need to keep the team motivated and you kind of cheerlead for the team. You want to help them achieve the goals and so on. As a data scientist, you need to make sure you're motivated, or the team if you're managing people. But you don't have to do this cheerleading thing that the PM has to do. The PM does not micromanage, okay? The PM does not manage you. The PM kind of inspires you. The PM sets the goals, says the what you're going to be building, but they should never manage, right? It's not a management role. As a data science, you need to, own up to your work. You're doing such crucial work. You need to make sure you're taking the credit, right, for everything and all these fantastic models you're creating that are going to be used in a productionized version for some product, right? So you need to have leadership and also own it and truly say, okay, I'm awesome, I did this. As a PM, you saw we have all these different roles you need to understand what everyone does. If you don't know what the data scientist does, just sit next to them and understand the day-to-day. Data scientists explain, it's good to explain what you do, right? Not just say, oh, I trained 5 models, here's the quality, here's the model, here's what it does. No, inspire people, do tech talks, showcase, create patents, go to conferences. Like, it's important to do this outreach. As a product manager, you need to challenge the status quo. Like I said, go to Starbucks and say, okay, I wouldn't do it this way. As a data scientist, you set the status quo. You're like, okay, here's the minimum quality I accept. Here's what the model looks like. Here's how much data we need to train it, and so on. Last but not least, which is the most important, the PM needs to focus on the user and on solving problems. The data scientist has a problem at hand, okay? They need to train a model that can recognize cats from dogs. They want to make sure this works well before we take it to solve a user's problem. When I was at Google, I was working for the new Google Glass, and it was just super, super cool. And this is a video I'm just so excited about. It was just great to work on this. And it's even greater that I can finally tell people what my team was doing, because, for a while I just said AR and I didn't say exactly where it was. So I want to play this little demo for you.
You should be seeing what I'm saying, just transcribed for you in real time, kind of like subtitles for the world.
Taking years of research in Google Translate and bringing that to glasses.
We have been building augmented reality into many Google products, from Google Lens to multi-search, scene exploration, and live and immersive views in maps. These AR capabilities are already useful on phones, and the magic will really come alive when you can use them in the real world without the technology getting in the way. That potential is what gets us most excited about AR. The ability to spend time focusing on what matters in the real world, in our real lives. Understanding someone who speaks a different language or trying to follow a conversation if you're deaf or hard of hearing can be a real challenge.
We'd love to be able to share with you a new prototype we've been working on. You should be seeing what I'm saying, just transcribed for you in real time, kind of like subtitles for the world.
Taking years of research in Google Translate and bringing that to glasses.
I'm actually looking straight into your eyes, and it seems like you're looking right at me.
Making access to information just instant and intuitive. By doing that, technology fades into the background, and we're more connected with the people and the things around us. Giving people the gift of communicating with anyone, no matter what language they speak, I think is a really powerful thing.
Isn't this incredible? Imagine you can have someone that's deaf, that does not speak your language, and they have these AR glasses on, and you speak to them like I am speaking to you. And the glasses are taking the signal, which is the sound, and they transcribe it, and then they translate it, and then they actually show it on the screen for that person. And you can communicate in real time. Mind-blowing. So as a PM, you put all these technologies together and you create this experience. That's what being a PM is all about. You create experiences, and this is why I did it, and it's awesome. So to answer the question of my presentation, is it worth it, yay or nay? Absolutely yay. Please try it out. If you're a software engineer, if you're a data scientist, it's a fantastic career. It's very, very rewarding. It's like financially, emotionally, mentally, career-wise, it's just one of the best things you can do. It's also difficult to pivot in it, but I can help if
You should be seeing what I'm
something
saying.
I can do. So we will share the links. I have my course. It's starting December 5th. I have a special discount for everyone watching this presentation. If you use code TPMVIP, you can type it in. So I provide a certification. It's going to be December 5th. If you're interested, let me know. And also I have a YouTube channel where I post content about PM and AI PM. You can subscribe to it. And last but not least, I'm starting a newsletter, Marily at Substack. It's new, so please register. I'm happy to share my learnings there. So with that said, thank you again so much for inviting me. I hope you found this useful and that you're interested in becoming a PM. I'm more than happy to support and help you. Just reach out to me on LinkedIn, Instagram, anywhere where I can help. All right, thank you so much. Have a great rest of the day, and congratulations on putting together this fantastic event. The lineup is amazing, and I wish I was there. So thank you so much. Have a great rest of the day.
Wow. And with that, we are coming close to the end of our event. About Marily, Marily have asked me to say, everyone, if you do have questions, do reach out to her on social media. She's on Instagram, Twitter. Now she's starting her mailing list. I will share more information in the channel for her, so you can find her and reach out. And with that, we're coming to the end. I think somebody's gonna join me now, and I'm waiting to see if that's happening. Yes. Hello, guys. And now we have the youngest organizer ever who existed in the GDG world. Hello, Leo, Mikey, and baby boy. You're muted. We cannot hear you.
Hello, everyone. It was
Hello.
nice to spend the day in DevFest. We had some exciting talks and some exciting people with us. I hope everyone enjoyed it.
Indeed. And just to tell everyone, Mikey and Leonidas are the organizers of GDG Athens, and Lefkadis, Andreas Lefkadis and Michalis and myself, we are from the GDG Cyprus. And we've been putting this together for the past 3 years with Ilias from GDG Cloud Thessaloniki. He's not, he had to go by now. But we are celebrating twice today because, well, Mikey and Leonidas had their baby boy, and even though they're young parents with a very short amount of time that they've been parents, they still made it here, and they have helped us a lot throughout the day.
Yay!
So thank you so much for your commitment. And yeah, I don't know, how do you guys feel? Any comments? Any last observations?
So I want to say, first of all, thanks for everyone who attended, and thanks for all the great speakers that were here. Leonida, you did excellent job in organizing all this StreamYard and
thank you. It's nice
managing
to be here.
the cameras, and thank you very much, Maria, for leading this basically and taking it on, and Lefkadis and all the rest of the guys. It was a very good event.
And Maggie as well, for she kept messaging me, did you forget to do this? I was like, yes, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Thank you for reminding me. so she kept moving things behind on the background.
We can see it. We can see.
And Andreas has also been at University of Cyprus today. He has welcomed a few people who joined there and kept them company. So thank you for running the space as well in Cyprus. I know Michalis and I couldn't make it today there.
Also, Andreas Loizou, who also helped today, but unfortunately he is with COVID and he couldn't join us in University of Cyprus.
And thank God
he's really helped a lot, and he organized. He remotely sent us food here. So yeah. I just want to say thanks to everybody who joined and watched this developer festival. And I want to just to say our next event that would also be an exciting event. A Googler from United States is coming, who works at Firebase, Andrea, and she's gonna be on Youth Makerspace at Larnaca on the 6th, if I'm not mistaken. We are still organizing it. We're gonna post it on social media, so follow us on Facebook and Meetup.
Is that on the 6th of December?
Yes, 6th of December, sorry. And that's what I need to share with you. Just sign up to our newsletter and follow us on social to see our next event. And I think it's gonna be good. Just gonna talk about Firebase and the different features that there are in using Firebase to build an app. So yeah,
that's awesome. And just a last thing, like all of this is staying recorded. It's going to be on YouTube. We know a lot of people are watching DevFest Hellas later on. We always see a spike of views a few days afterwards. So we're expecting for many of you to see this and say hi later. Do come and say hi to us when you watch it. We'd love to hear your comments. A last thank you from me to all of you for helping out for this event, and also to Marshmallow, who I work for, and I was like, oh, can I come in the office and work this Saturday just to run the event? They were like, absolutely, yes. So this has been a lovely venue for me to be here. And is it time for a group photo? We should take it. How
screenshot.
This is not a group.
Let's go.
Who's taking it?
I'm taking the photos. Great.
Awesome.
That's about it.
And with that, have a lovely day, everyone.
Yeah.
Have a lovely weekend.
Bye.
And we'll see you.
Weekend.
Bye-bye.
Bye.